mics. Mute your mics, please. Mics. Mute your mics, please. Good afternoon, councillors.
Afternoon, Speaker.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm going to again now do a roll call to see if everyone is connected on the meeting. Can I start with Councillor Kraut? Good afternoon. Councillor Davis.
Speaker, I'm here.
Afternoon, everyone. Councillor Davis.
Good day.
Thank you. Councillor Quinana.
Speaker, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Naki.
Hey, come on, Adiman.
Councillor Matiwana, can you? Councillor Matiwana. Councillor Matiwana.
Speaker.
Yes, can you put on your camera? Councillor Matika. Councillor Naki. Councillor Naki. Councillor Matika. Councillor Matika. I can see you, Councillor Naki. Councillor Matika. Councillor Ngezu.
Speaker, Kona.
Thank you.
Speaker, Speaker.
Councillor Opperman.
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Opperman. Councillor Salase. Councillor Salase. Councillor Skosana. Councillor Skosana. Councillor Strubel.
Speaker, I'm here. Do you want to see me?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just put on your camera.
Can you see me?
Yes.
It's on.
Thank you, Councillor Strubel. Councillor Tsengwa.
Sure.
Speaker.
Yes. Speaker,
Thank you.
Speaker, I'm present. I'm present.
Councillor Skosana. Councillor Skosana, can you put on your camera? I can't see you.
You're on. Pizza.
Councillor Chokolo.
Speaker, I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Chokolo. Councillor Ace.
Speaker, I'm
Councillor
here.
Ace. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ace. Councillor van Aswegen. Councillor van Aswegen. Councillor Wasserman.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Weideman.
I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Councillor Wolmerans.
Present,
Yes, I
Speaker.
can see you. Thank you, Councillor Weideman. Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans. I've got Councillor Skosana in attendance, but I can't see his camera.
Deputy Speaker, help me here.
Thank you, councillors. MM, are all the directors in? Can I get an indication?
First Speaker, I see the Director Corporate is on, the Director Integrated Human Settlement, Director Planning, I don't see the Director of Community yet. I see the, I don't see the CFO yet. The Director Technical is online, but at this stage, Speaker, I don't see the CFO or the
MM, you are breaking up.
Sorry. At this stage, Speaker, I see the Director Corporate, the Director Planning, the Director Integrated Human Settlements. I don't see the CFO. I don't see the Director Community. I see the Director Technical online.
I see the CFO's hand is up.
I am here, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. And all the other officials, can you just put your hands up? Yes, I see you. I see Richard. I see the Director of Community Service.
Hi, Speaker.
Yes, I see all the hands.
Audit Committee
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, Mr. Beryl, are you on? I see you, Melanie. Mr. Beryl.
Yes. Yes, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Beryl.
Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matika, are you on? Graham, I can see you. Enrico, Carl. Councillor Matika. Thank you, Councillor Matika.
I'm back, Speaker. I'm back.
Thank you. Welcome again, councillors and officials, and to the acting MM, and to Mr. Beryl as the chairperson of the audit committee. Welcome to this meeting today. We are now on point number 2. We're going to have a silent prayer. Can you just take a few seconds to do that? Thank you, councillors. We are now on point number 3. Attendance of members present. 3.1. councillors present. I see all councillors are present in the meeting. Councillors 3.2, councillors with leave. There's no one with leave. 3.3, there's no one without leave. And then point number 2, noting of the provision of Schedule 1 Code of Conduct for councillors. Point number 5, disclosure of interest. Is there anyone that want to disclose something that's on the agenda today? Anyone want to disclose an item on the agenda? MM?
Speaker, no, I'm not aware of anyone who needs to disclose an interest in an item.
Thank you, MM. We are now on point number 6. And then before we go to 6.1, which is the 2020-2021 final amended review of the IDP, we are now going to have the speech of the acting deputy mayor. Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Yeah, Speaker, I'm not going to waste any time. You know, I'm going to shoot, Speaker. Yeah, Speaker, once again, thank you very much. An annual State of the Town in the Budget Address by the Deputy Executive Mayor, Councillor Britsengwa, on Thursday, the 11th of June 2020. Madam Speaker, members of the Mayoral Committee, councillors, leaders of the political parties, audit committee members, acting municipal manager, directors, and staff. Good afternoon, all. These are unprecedented times. I do not think when we heard about the new virus in China in December that we have imagined the impact it will have on us and the world 6 months down the line. According to the recent numbers, 7.04 million people across the world have been infected. 404,000 died. In the Western Cape, there are 36,279 infections, 891 deaths, and closer to home. We are standing.
Deputy Mayor, can you just put your camera on for us, please?
It's not on.
Sorry to disrupt you there. Can you just put the camera on for us?
Okay, sorry, Speaker. Yes, Speaker, it is on, but can enlarge it. Okay, Speaker, just a sec. I can see my camera is on, Speaker. Sorry. Speaker, can you see me?
I can't see you, Deputy Mayor. I'm not sure about other councillors.
Okay, Speaker, just a sec. Sorry for that.
I think we're having a challenge with the camera of the Deputy Mayor. Can he proceed, councillors?
Yes, please.
Hello, Councillor Wolmerans?
Yes, I think the deputy can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wolmerans.
We can hear him quite clearly.
Yes, I think there's something wrong with his camera. I wanted him to put his camera on. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, you can proceed.
Speaker, thank you very much once again. Yeah, Speaker, according to the recent numbers, 7.04 million people across the world have been infected. 404,000 died. In the Western Cape, there are 36,279 infections, 891 deaths, and closer to home, here in Knysna, we are standing on 83 infections. All figures as the 10th of June. The only remedy available to date is stringent lockdown has brought the world economy on its knees. In Knysna, it is no different with the lockdown regulation easing. It is expected that the infection rate will soar, and we urge our residents to take care and follow the guidelines to prevent infections. The effect on our most tourism-based economy has been devastated. To date, with the help of Rotary, we have provided a humanitarian aid for more than 9,000 people. And we thank the business and private individuals for their fantastic support. The reality is that with businesses closing and the consequent thousands of job losses will have a long-term effect on the economy. We need to take stock following a decisive and innovation action. Our reaction to the adversity of COVID-19, rather than COVID-19 itself, will determine the future of Knysna. The Knysna municipality has been operating in the stormy waters and numerous political and administrative challenges. The recent appointed municipal manager, Dr. Vatala, was suspended for allegedly misconduct, and council appointed Dr. Michelle Kratz as an acting municipal manager, pending the results of the investigation of Dr. Vatala. As you know, she has resigned 2 weeks ago, and today is her last day in the office. I want to thank her for her time and contribution. She will be missed. Councillor Peter Myers also resigned, and I want to thank him for his contribution over the last 5 years. The CFO, Mr. Mbulelo Memane, is staying on up until further notice. Knysna municipality was in a dire financial situation before the national lockdown increases the pressure of an already depressed local economy. These circumstances left us a little leeway as we drafted the final draft budget for Knysna municipality for the 2020-2021 MDRAFT, together with the IDP as required by the legislation, and set the tone for the final draft budget. Our aim is to improve budget outcome and provide a specific target for enhancing liquidity and cash flow, enabling us to provide uninterrupted basic services to the residents of Greater Knysna. To sustain this, we must balance the revenue with the expenditure, which directly impacts on the tariff increases in the difficult and trying times. Madam Speaker, we have consulted with the stakeholders, residents and businesses. The bottom line is that Knysna municipality is unfortunate not in a position to consider debt relief for ratepayers without impacting on its services, without impacting on the service delivery. Okay, thank you, Speaker. The formulation of the IDP is a process that involves various stages, various stakeholders, and the qualified staff and directors of different departments of the municipality and council. Input from various communities drive the various focus areas. Feedback from residents, ward committee, the intergovernmental, and other stakeholders enable us to identify key trends and drivers of development or underdevelopment. The diversity of Knysna area creates a unique variety of challenges, and the municipality strives to act within the parameters of a long-term vision, understanding the challenges and taking into consideration inherited and the current condition. The concept of integrated planning ensures that the limited resources of the municipality are being optimized to foster partnership between vast array of stakeholders to collectively improve the livelihood of our communities by meetings and the strategic objective crafted by council. This is even more prevalent given the uncertain future due to the national and the state of disaster because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. Speaker, I hereby refer you to the recommendation. Item 6.1 of page 4 of the council agenda and present to you the 2020-2021 final amendment IDP for your consideration and approval. You will continue with the budget under item 6.3. Okay, thank you very much. On that note, Speaker, I think allow me to take this opportunity and thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I see Councillor Luzuko, is your hand up?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko, you can go.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I was actually meant to ask this question before the speech. I just want to understand, Speaker, I believe we've received a supplementary agenda which has got an adjustment budget, which is 2019-2020. I thought we were going to start with that one and then move to the 2020-2021 budget and IDP and SDF. I was thinking of the order, Speaker. Just want to get clarity on that.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. Is there any more hands? Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to speak on 6.1, which is the IDP. Maybe you want to answer Councillor Chikola's question before I go ahead.
We were going to deal with the adjustment budget in the supplementary. Councillor Luzuko, are you saying we must deal with the adjustment budget after the budget? Is that what you're proposing?
No, I was just thinking logically, Speaker, if you're going to move to a new financial year, which is 2020-2021, you first need to deal with 2019-2020. I thought the adjustment was going to be placed first, we deal with it, and then we come to the new budget. But we can do it either way, Speaker. I was just thinking in logically.
No, thank you, Councillor Luzuko. I think we must do it as it is on the agenda. I think it's fine. I think it's fine for us to do it that way. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand up.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I understand that the 71 million rand DBSA loan has not yet been secured, and until it is, the tabled budget, which relies on that funding, is unrealistic. Either the payment of the loan must be guaranteed or the budget needs to be amended. The DA therefore proposes the tabling of a realistic budget, which is based on actual revenue and borrowings. This must be done urgently so that the budget can be approved before the beginning of the new financial year, which begins on the 1st of July. If we can negotiate the payment of the 71 million rand loan at a later stage, then we can always bring that amount back into the budget in an adjustments budget. But the DA can therefore not approve the budget as it is currently before us today. The IDP budget, SDF and SDBIP all go hand in hand, and it is well known that the IDP is the budget in words. The DA can therefore not approve the IDP until a realistic budget has been tabled, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Kraus, I see your hand up.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, when I look through the agenda, I do see that the 71 million rand that Councillor Wasserman is talking about is being addressed in the adjustment budget. I therefore don't see that talking about the 71 million rand to be approved for the next financial year should be a reason for them not to approve anything. But I think if they've looked through the agenda, they would have seen that the 71 million rand is in the adjustment budget. It is not addressed in the budget of the 2021 here. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up, and Councillor Luzuko.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we just get confirmation from the acting MM that none of the funding that was due to come from the DBSA is relevant to the budget that is tabled today?
Councillor Luzuko. Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Chokolo. Councillor Chokolo, can I pass you? I see your hand is up.
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, Speaker, thank you. I'm covered by Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you. Acting MM.
Speaker, I'm going to ask the CFO to respond, but the 71 million obviously does impact on the liquidity and the availability of funds for capital projects. I'm going to ask the CFO to respond.
Thank you, MM. With your permission, CFO?
Thank you, Speaker. The 71 million, firstly, it's a 71 million of the current approved budget for the year ending 30 June. So the drawdown is for the drawdown has an effect in terms of your cash position and liquidity for the next budget. So when you do the next budget, you then also project what will be your ending cash balance and the liquidity position in the current financial year. That will take you to the next financial year. So it does have a effect, although it's actually a 71 million that must be drawn down now in the current financial year. Remember, we've bridge finance with our own funding. So part of that own funding is coming in as part of the operational budget, which must be counted in terms of our liquidity. So it does have an effect.
Councillor Wasserman. Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. Thanks to the CFO for confirming that. Since the 71 million does have an effect on the next financial year, Speaker, our position with regards to the budget and IDP then stands.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Is there anyone else? Thank Councillor Salase.
Thank you.
And also see the hand to Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. As the National Unity Congress Speaker, I move the budget together with the. I move the budget, Speaker, as it is.
Thank you, Councillor Salase.
Thank you.
Councillor Kraut.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to raise my hand. Speaker, I just need to ask, are we not on the IDP? We're supposed to be on item 6.1. We're not supposed to be on the 6.3. So I suppose, Speaker, as you said, we're going to move with the agenda as is. That we move with the agenda as is.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut. Councillors, we're now on point 6.1. I have heard Councillor Wasserman say what she is saying. Councillor Wasserman, your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for clarity for Councillor Kraut, we are referring to the IDP, which is item 6.1. The IDP is the budget in words, and therefore the budget has an impact. You can't approve an IDP without a budget. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. CFO, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know, maybe I should clarify this issue of the DBSA. It's projects that have already been approved by Council last year, May. and the item went to council that we can take up the loan. We went to public participation. We've got comments from provincial treasurer and everyone. Tender awarded to DBSA. What DBSA is looking for now is for us to give them assurance in terms of the issues of administrative stability. So the loan amount was supposed to be paid last week, is delayed in terms of being released to us, which will probably be released later to the end of June. Once DBSA is satisfied, they are sitting Monday because Tuesday is a public holiday to consider the letters that we've submitted to them. As you've indicated in the speech of the mayor that the acting MM is leaving today, so whoever is going to be the acting MM, I need minutes of the council meeting that says Pete Pompis or Jan van Tonder or Memani, whoever is going to act, is acting MM, and then I need to send the FICA documents of that acting person to DBSA to actually consider their freeze on the, it's called a freeze in terms of the disbursement. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, Councillor Krauts and Councillor Salase, and then Councillor Wasserman. See your hand is up.
Sorry, Speaker, this was an old hand.
Okay, Councillor Wasserman.
Also an old hand, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, we on 6.1 now. The 2021. Councillor Van Asberen. Yes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think we need some more clarity on what has just been said by both the CFO and Councillor Wasserman. Chair. We were told at the budget meetings which we had that the money, the 71 million rand loan from DBSA, doesn't have any effect on our budget. I'm talking about the 2021 budget. Now put that aside. Just park that for a moment there. I want to go further on something else. We must remember that the money that we spent, close to 35 million rand on capital expenditure for the financial year. Speaker, can you hear me? Because I'm getting problems. Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, let me just repeat myself again because I want people to understand me quite clearly. Sometimes people misunderstood what I'm trying to say. The money that we spent on capital projects for the 1920 financial year was our own money, the 35 million plus rand that we spent. So we dealt with capital projects on our own money. The money that we're supposed to get from DBSA originally was to cover that. We didn't do that, and there could be a lot of reasons for that, and that will be looked at a later stage. Now, when we sit for the first time with this budget, and I think that was the last week in May, when there was this resignation of Councillor Myers, the acting MM, and the CFO. This issue was raised there. Again, when we were told it's not going to have a serious impact, we can continue with this budget process. Now, taking in consideration that money was supposed to be paid on the 2nd of June into our accounts, which never happened. Still in this financial year, but it never happened. I therefore, Chair, find it strange that people now come forward stating that anything that we're going to do on any budget process is depending on the 71 million rand. Yes, probably correct. Talking about cash balances brought forward and all those other things. They're probably correct, Chair. But for me, at this current moment, I cannot understand that this now again is becoming the hot potato in discussing this budget for 2020-2021. Chair, I also need to make a comment on the issue of the 71 million. I said I'm going to park it, but I just want to. When DBSA took such a decision, we told, or we instruct, or council ask, whatever you want to call it, the deputy mayor, please, to liaise with DBSA to find out from them what is happening here. Because it must be the first municipality of whole of South Africa that a condition like that suddenly emerged for the DBSA, whether to continue borrowing out that money. We should therefore not even borrow money from DBSA, we should either went to another institution, if that is what they're now trying to tell us. But my concern is, the deputy mayor wrote a letter as instructed by council to the DBSA. That was 2 weeks ago, Chair. How does the DBSA operate without not coming back to the deputy mayor? That's the first answer I need on the question. The second one, Chair. Did anyone in this municipality inform the DBSA about the so-called instability of the municipality? Did anybody? Because if somebody had done it, it should either be one or two people. It would either be the deputy mayor or the acting MM about the so-called instability that now putting again a gun against council's head. So I need to get an answer to that. If it was just on hearsay that people will tell me that, and that's how things are going, there's Irim Telegram wat rondhardloop. DBSA read about it on social media, whatever other platform they've heard about it. Shouldn't it be therefore correct, process or procedurally correct, that the DBSA should have called immediately either the acting MM or the deputy mayor to justify or qualify what they have heard on social media and then interact with them? How does these things happen so quickly that one, DBSA do not recognize a deputy mayor or acting MM, that they will just respond on a social media, or with all due respect, Speaker, somebody in this municipality contact them and said, this is what happened at Nice Municipality. Chair, I want to stop there for a while, because if I got reaction to that, I just want to get back to this issue of the budget. Thanks. Can I get answers on those few questions I've raised?
Thank you, Councillor Van Asbjørn. I see the CFO's hands were up.
Thank you, Speaker. I will stay away from political statement and political issues. DBSA was supposed to do the release of the money to us on the 2nd. Everything is signed, is approved. They contacted me. Telephonically, they contacted the acting MM. They sent a document, email in writing to seek clarity, because they wanted to clarify the matter that they've received, the way that they've received it in the news. That matter was then discussed with the deputy mayor. It was clarified to DBSA. They subsequently got back to us to clarify two other matters in that. Subsequent to that, we have written a letter discussed between myself, the acting MM, the deputy mayor, as well as the legal manager, which was sent to DBSA. I can't remember the date, Melanie, but I think it was last week, if I'm not mistaken. No, Monday. Sorry, because we're supposed to have said it Friday, and then we had to attach some previous council resolutions. So it was sent on Monday. I then contacted DBSA yesterday was Wednesday. Then they informed me that their risk committee is sitting on Tuesday. They said Tuesday. I said it's a public holiday. They said they are sitting on Monday to consider our letter. Subsequent to that, the letter that we circulated to all councillors, because Councillor Van Asbjørn says it could be the deputy mayor or the acting MM. I don't know. I cannot speak on their behalf. We circulated a letter from DBSA, which was then all over social media. Again, it was publicized by Mike Hampton. DBSA was even contacted by Mike Hampton about this letter, and DBSA asked him, where do you get this letter? We've got nothing to do with you regarding this. It's a client and DBSA and a municipality issue that we are dealing with. We're not going to comment. So I've been informed by the representative of DBSA. That is their position. We've clarified what DBSA wanted us to clarify. Monday they will sit. They will then, because what they have done, they have put on hold in terms of the release. So they will sit Monday. They have not seek any additional information to us in terms of information that we provide. Once they sit, the risk committee, all that they have to do is to actually lift the suspension of the release, and then the issue then of the funds will be released. What I know DBSA is going to need, because Dr. Gras is leaving, they will need again that we send document in terms of who is the acting MM. After we have sent that, we need that to send it in terms of the council resolution. On top of that, we need to then send the FICA documents that are needed for the person that is going to be. So I don't want to get boiled in terms of political issues. This matter now is an administrative issue because council has already made a decision that we should take up the loan. That has been done by council a long time ago. Now, the issue of this 71 million being paid or not being paid is that correctly you said that we're actually going to withdraw down the money to take the money that we have actually expensed in terms of our own funding to fund the loan funded projects, you know. I'm going to leave it to you. You're saying that at some other point you want to deal with the issue as to why the money is only taken now. I'm going to leave that to you, except to inform you, Councillor Finance Vichen, that we've actually saved over 60 million by actually not taking the loan at the beginning of July last year or in August last year, because the loan interest would have been applicable immediately. But I'll leave that and then I'll respond to you at that time that you bring it. So the issue is an administrative matter that needs to be resolved. We have resolved it with DBSA. The own funding that is going to come is part of what will be our accumulated surplus at the end of the financial year. So don't misunderstand me in terms of what I've just said or what I've just responded to what Councillor. I don't know what's the reason of Councillor Wasserman to say they are not approving the budget. She has put her reason, but I'm saying once we receive the money, we will take the money that we've actually expensed already in terms of our own funding to the loan funded projects, put it there, and then the amount of loan funded projects that we have not expensed up until June. And then we take that money to investment because it must be rolled over cash backed for continuing of those loan projects that have not been finalized this year. It could be 8 million of that, or it could be 10 million. We will know by end of June, you know. So that is the situation with DBSA. The budget would have been approved on the 31st of May. By 31st of May, DBSA would not have paid the money to us by then. So the effect would have been that the budget would have been approved in end of May. So as I'm saying, I don't want to get to other matters, you know. So whether DBSA pays the money next week or pays the money end of June, the money will be paid by DBSA. DBSA is not cancelling. And it's interesting what you have raised, Councillor Van Asvichen, because I was asked by DBSA that have we made a decision that we want to cancel because we are unhappy about their position of seeking clarity in terms of administrative stability, you know. And then I said, no, we have not made a decision. And they asked me exactly what you are saying now, that it's not just a process that you go to another bank. It's a supply chain process which has been finalized. It's with DBSA. So I appeal to councillors to be careful also, because the meeting is probably a public meeting now, to be careful how we put things, because I told DBSA that was never the intention. The supply chain process is completed. Them will provide them with the information that they need, and then they can pay the money to us, you know. So if we provide the information, which I know is going to be asked, We will then wait for DBSA. I don't want to confirm a date, but it should not take more than 2-3 days for them to pay us the money. If there's an acting MM person, we send that council resolution to them, and then we also send the FICA documents in terms of that. But in terms of accumulated surplus at the end of the year, it does have an impact. But again, that is a matter that you can address in August. If it was a concern that is going to affect, you can address it in August in the rollover adjustment budget to adjust your budget. Again, it does not really stop the approval of the budget, that process in terms of that accumulated surplus. Even if you are not getting the money from DBSA, you did a budget and then you realize that your accumulated surplus is not as you expected, you would normally do an adjustment budget in February. So that is the process that you would actually do. So the DBSA money will be provided to the municipality. It's a question of whether Thursday next week, Friday next week, 20th, 30th, the contract has been signed with DBSA. That's how I understand the process. And I will appeal, I will appeal to all of us, and then that we leave the administrative process of DBSA.
Thank you, CFO. Councillor Wasserman, as your hand up, and then Councillor van Aswegen.
Thank you, Speaker. I hear what the CFO says, and if DBSA is sitting on Monday and they decide to reconsider or withdraw their freeze and pay the money over, then of course on Thursday we've got no problem to approve. But if that is still a problem by next week, Thursday, then there has to be an amended budget tabled before us. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor van Aswegen.
Chair, thank you very much.
Speaker.
Sorry.
Speaker, sorry, can I just correct Councillor Wasserman? There's no need to amend that budget because that 71 million is in relation of the current budget. That budget can only be amended when you do the rollovers in terms of looking at your accumulated surplus. So this 71 million we're taking, it's not to fund projects that are actually for the next financial year. There's another amount for loans for the next financial year. This one is to fund projects that we have already pre-financed this financial year.
Thank you, CFO. Councillor van Aswegen.
No, Chair. Unfortunately or fortunately, the CFO actually was going to toss and was going to raise on the issue of this budget and that 71 million rand. Chair, I think at this moment, let me rather refrain on commenting on some of the issues raised by the CFO. I don't think at this moment is the right platform. We will probably have another opportunity to raise that issue. I just want to correct one thing quite clearly. I did not say there should be another supply chain process to get funding from another bank. I've never said that. I think when you go back and listen to what I said, that was not the wording I raised. And again, if I've said something in English that he probably read or listened differently to, then I need to apologize. But I want to put it on the record. I've never said start a new supply chain process and get money from another source, for example. I want to put that quite clear out there. There's a contract between DBSA, and I believe that that contract should be adhered to by both parties. So at this moment, I will just raise my question. I think it's important that we do understand that the approval of this budget is not subject to the 71 million rand. That's, for me, quite clear, and it was raised by the CFO in that regard. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor van Aswegen. Councillor Matika. Councillor Matika, your hand is up.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think you have allowed a debate that you are not supposed to allow. Because now we are speaking about IDP, then we go to the STP. But now we take this debate, the debate that was supposed to happen on the adjustment budget in terms of your agenda. Because clearly the 71 million only speaks in the adjustment budget on the issue of 2019 and 2020 budget. It doesn't speak nothing about 2020 budget and 2021. So I think let's move, Speaker. Let's move with the IDP. Then we go follow the agenda. Then all other questions will be answered on the adjustment budget. Please, Speaker, let's allow the order of the agenda.
Thank you,
Because now
Councillor
you are
Matika.
going to confuse us.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. We are on 6.1, and I just want Councillor Wasserman to clarify: is she not agreeing to those items that she was alluding to on the agenda?
Yes, Speaker, that's correct.
You as an individual, because I need all other councillors also to indicate so that we can move on this item.
I'm speaking on behalf of the DA, Speaker, but if you want them to indicate individually, that's fine.
Yeah, Councillor Wasserman, last week you also speak on behalf of the DA, and yourself, Councillor Wolmerans, Councillor Chokolo were the only one that actually recused yourself from the meeting. All other people didn't recuse themselves.
Then, Speaker, I suggest you ask each.
This time.
Speaker, then yes, I suggest you ask each councillor to indicate. I suggest we go to a vote, Speaker, because that's what will have to happen.
No, I just want all the councillors to indicate that you are now mentioning. Yes, Councillor Matika.
Speaker, I just want to recap or to check. We're going to vote or going to confirm the budget or the IDP.
We're on the IDP.
IDP.
Yes.
So the DA disagree with the IDP. Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Chokolo. I see your hand is up.
Yes. No, Speaker. Look, Speaker, you see, Speaker, that's why sometimes I've got a problem with you. What happens is this. If there's a proposal, there is a second, then there's another proposal, there's a second, then we vote on that item. Now, why do you have to have each councillor confirming if they agree or not? That's what happens if there's two proposals on the table. You vote on those issues. That's how it's supposed to happen.
Councillor Chokolo. Thank you. I've asked that Councillor Wasserman has said that the DA does not agree. I just want the DA council to confirm that they are all not agreeing on the item that she was now raising, so that we can move on the items that's on the agenda. Councillor Luzuko? Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis? Okay.
Speaker, sorry, sorry for that. I second what Councillor Wasserman said.
Okay, let me go on 6.1. Maybe let me make it easier. 6.1 is the 2020-21 final amended review on the IDP. For those councillors that agree that we go with a recommendation that's on page 5, A and B, can you all then raise your hands and put on your Councillor David?
Speaker, can you just indicate what it is that you want?
Councillor Ace, I see your hand.
Hello, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Davis.
You know, Speaker, we've just made it very clear that all these items go with the budget. So obviously,
Davis, I don't want you to take us back.
No,
there was
but
a proposal that the DA
we
is not
cannot go
going
individually on the items if all the items must be included with the budget. So all the items might as well come back once everything is sorted out.
That is your view, Councillor Davis. Councillor Matika, I see your hand.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we agree all the items go with the budget, but on the agenda of the day, those items are separate. We must go to each item. We start IDP, we go to the SDP, then we go to the budget. So for now, I'm proposing, as the ANC Councillor Matika, that we go with her recommendations. That on the agenda. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Matika. Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis, I see your hand
That
is
was
up.
my old hand when I've taken that down.
Okay.
It's an old hand of mine. Thank you.
So we have got now the proposals that we go with the IDP and the recommendations from Councillor Matika and who's supporting that? Councillor Salase?
I seconded
Okay. So we've got two proposals on the table now. One is we go with the recommendation. The other one is that we don't go with the recommendation until the 71 million of DBS is approved. I will start with those that doesn't go with the recommendation as it stands. Can you indicate, Councillor? Councillor Salase? Councillor Wasserman?
You've asked for those who do not approve. It's Councillor Wasserman. I do not approve.
Yes.
Councillor Davis?
Yes.
Obviously, I don't approve as well.
Yes.
Councillor Chokolo, Speaker.
Yes.
Obviously, I don't approve.
Councillor Bowman, Speaker, don't approve.
Yes.
Councillor Weidman, Speaker, don't approve.
Councillor Weid. Yes.
Councillor Strubel, Speaker.
Can I see your face, Councillor Strubel?
Can you see me now?
Not yet.
Abasuka abanye, Speaker.
Can all other councillors just remove their cameras, please?
Councillor Kruena, Speaker, don't approve.
Can you put on your camera?
Yes, I did, Speaker. Can you see me now?
Not yet.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Not yet, Councillor Quinan. I don't know what's happening. You are moving. Councillor Ace, can you mute your camera, please?
Can you see me now, Speaker?
Councillor Ace, can you mute your camera?
Mute. Can you see me now, Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Quinana.
Thank you. Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Strubel.
I just want to make sure that you also record my vote because Councillor Kwanana interjected there.
Can you see my? Can you be on camera?
My camera is on, Speaker. I'm looking at myself.
I can't see you.
Then I don't know, Speaker.
Okay. Who else? Councillor Opperman, I see your hand. Can I see your face?
I don't approve.
Anyone else? Can I move? Thank you. Those that approve the IDP as it is, can I have? Thank you. Councillor Selassie, I see you.
Councillor Salazar, as it is.
Atiwana, Speaker.
I see you, Councillor Tiwana.
Councillor Nwezu, Speaker.
I can't see you, Councillor Nwezu.
Councillor Kraus.
Councillor Naki, Speaker.
Councillor Naki,
Speaker.
Hi, Mamba Salanda.
Speaker. I can see you. Can you unmute your mic?
Councillor Naki, Speaker.
Yes.
Agree.
Speaker.
Councillor.
Yes, Speaker, can you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
Thank you.
Speaker, can you see me?
Councillor
Yes, Speaker, wait here.
Kosana, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm supporting. Speaker. Luzuko must go home. Go and drink gin. Okay.
Councillor Van Aswegen, I can't see you.
Councillor, is supporting.
Yes.
Hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you.
Okay, supporting.
Councillor Van Aswegen, I see your hand.
Speaker, yes, Councillor Van Aswegen as the Ward Council of Ward 6 would never not approve an IDP based on a fact of something that's got nothing to do with it. So therefore, I would support the approval of the IDP. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Ace?
I had already not approved. Thank you. Do you hear me, Speaker?
Yes.
Good.
Are you against? Councillor Ace?
Yes, I did not approve. What would you like to know, Speaker?
Speaker?
Yes. Councillor Matika?
Speaker?
Yes.
I think now we are finished with not approve. We are voting for approve.
Yes. Thank you, councillors. We have now moved with the IDP. The IDP is being approved by 10 votes, and it's 9 votes against and 10 was for the IDP. Can we,
Speaker,
yes.
I just want to point out in the legislation, there are certain matters where a majority of seats are required for approval. And one of them is the approval of budgets. Now, I know this is the IDP, but the IDP and the budget are linked together. So I'm just pointing out that for a budget, you need a majority of seats, which would mean 11 votes.
Speaker.
Francisco Sana?
No. The acting MM gonna confuse us more now. Here we are dealing with the IDP. We will come to the budget. The legislature is clear. She must say where she's reading from the legislature. The legislature talk about the budget, the majority. Here we are talking about the IDP. She must wait.
Councillor Strubel, is your hand up?
Continue, Speaker.
Councillor Strubel, can you put your hand down?
Sorry, Speaker, it's an old end.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, can we move? We are on page number 5, recommendation A and B. Can we go to 6.2? Um, 6.2, the Spatial Development Framework.
Speaker.
Councillor Zuko, I see your hand is up.
Yes. Speaker, I think the acting MM gave some advice there and you didn't rule. You just said, let's move. Are you ruling that we move the 10 vote stands?
I'm ruling that we are moving to 6.2, Councillor Zuko. Thank you.
Speaker?
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
Just to clarify, I think just in a follow-up to Councillor Chikolo, the advice from the acting municipal manager was that you need 11 votes to pass the IDP. So just could you confirm whether you are not accepting that advice and that the IDP has been approved?
The IDP has been approved. The IDP has been approved, Councillor Wasserman. We are on 6.2 now. We are still going to the budget where we need 11 votes. Can we go to 6.2?
Thank you, Speaker.
We're on 6.2, the Spatial Development Framework. And the recommendation is on page 6. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as previously said, the IDP budget, SDF and SDBIP all go hand in hand. The SDF, the Spatial Development Framework, is the IDP and budget depicted spatially. The DA can therefore not approve the SDF at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor Luzuko, I see your hand is up.
I second that, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Luzuko. Councillor Davis, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to make a comment on this, on the SDF, just so that if there's still time to change it, if we don't all approve it today. We've had a massive challenge, man, of a property that was in our area that is identified since 2006 for affordable housing. But they've been applying since 2006. And in fact, last year, the developer sent in comments and they didn't receive any response, and they were told by the department that it got lost. Then this year again, I know that 60 days, that they allow 60 days for comments, but in terms of this year, that, you know, they only received notice on the 30th, this organization on the 31st of March, which was during lockdown, with a closing date on the 7th of May. And I know that even the Greater Knysna Business Chamber requests for an extension to the comments. But to cut a long story short, this is a critical property. They've cut a portion off of the urban edge, which should be on the urban edge. And I have requested assistance in this regard because it's approved. It was the comments that came in from both the ratepayers in 2006, as far back as 2006, as well as the current ratepayers approved this project. So I just want to maybe get comments or inputs on that from the director. I did send emails to her, but I'm still trying to figure out why that particular situation cannot be remedied. In Groenvallei, the similar thing happened, and it was remedied in time. So what basically we've asked for, what is needed is that, you know, the SDF will actually include those areas that were cut out, that the coastal setback line can be according to the current one, which it's supposed to be, which is it's a road called Claude Urban Drive, and also that they allow the inclusion of that, because they can also preserve, because the whole argument was that they want to preserve the ecological dynamics there, and it can still be done, it can still be achieved. But I just wanted to find out why this in particular issue related to this earth could not be remedied, earth 1634, seeing that it's coming on for years now, and seeing that it was even less than 60 days was given for the comments, and they still haven't really received anything back, anything tangible back, and yet we have to approve a SDF. So if someone can just assist me with that, Speaker, I will really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Speaker.
Councillor Susana, then Councillor Aswegen.
Yes, Speaker. As the chairperson of the portfolio, Speaker, I would like my director, just to take us through so that we will be in confidence to support her if he's online.
Councillor Aswegen.
Speaker, just a question to you, through you to Councillor Davis. Is his intention to get clarity to approve the SDF, or is he still going to vote against the SDF based on the fact that the 71 million rand is the olifant in the Kamer? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Aswegen.
Speaker, do I answer the council, or am I speaking through you? We're waiting for what I want is, Speaker, you know that, but what I'm saying is that there was not enough time given for comments. It was requested by almost everyone to grant extra time for comments. That wasn't done. It's a logical there's no feedback on this item. I'm saying that yes, I obviously with good conscience will find it difficult to approve the STF in that condition. But even so, if there's changes that can be made so that we can get this issue resolved, because it's a critical. I mean, it's coming on since 2006, so that's why I'm raising it. Thank you.
Councillor Davis, this item has been now here for the second time, and I think you had ample time to correct what you were just saying now.
Speaker, I'm sorry, man. Just to rectify.
The first time this item has been serving here. It's the second time we're having the same item in this council.
Right, but
we had the items delivered to councillors. You had gone through the item. We had ample time to raise what you are just raising today.
Speaker, but what you don't understand that they only received the response from the department last week, and we already had at that time we had the STF documents published already. So I'm just trying to get clarity on what happened there. Why was the public comment period not given to people, extended, etc.? Because I don't understand if it's such an important STF, because they will have to wait for another year now, because that cutting out of that property significantly affects the development in terms of infill spaces. So that's what I'm asking, Speaker. Thank you. If I can just get some clarity on that.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Through you, can the director answer?
Yes, please, Speaker. Director Planning.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Davis did write me emails during this past week to gain clarity in respect of earth number 1634 Sedgefield. Quite an extensive comment was received from the owners of the portion at Pearl Star Investments, and they submitted their comment through their town planner, Ms. Marika Freken. The comment, Councillor Davis is quite correct that the comment is related to the fact that previously the portion had been indicated as falling within the urban edge. It remained undeveloped for the time that it was in the urban edge. During this time around, we had people from St. Parks, National Department of Environmental Affairs, our own internal environmental department, our consultants and myself were all part of the process of determining the coastal setbacks as well as the urban edge for that particular area. In respect of this area, it falls in the middle of being a conservation corridor and a communication flow for species between the Groenvlei and the Swartvlei areas. And it was not deemed by any of the professionals who were part of our STF and our setback determinations that project, that portion of land is conducive for inclusion within the urban edge. Based on the information that the owner of the property had given to us, it was stated there, it was claimed by them that the property is actually for middle income and not low income human settlements development. It's a portion of income where, in terms of our current, the information currently available to us is not the high demand area. Sedgefield has a very high, specifically high demand for low income and subsidized human settlements, which this particular portion is not earmarked for in terms of the submissions that we have received. We have also, in our response to the comments, we have indicated that one of the things that the Spatial Development Framework recommends is that, quite as a matter of urgency, when council's resources can afford it, that we must develop for Sedgefield a growth management plan so that we can understand what stock is available, exactly what the market demand is, so that we can see the availability of stock in proximity to the existing bulk infrastructure for determining where the best places are in Sedgefield to develop. Should that exercise result in this property need to be reconsidered, we certainly will be in a position then to argue for its inclusion, but obviously it would have to be done in an environment where we do include DEA and St. Parks again, so that their inputs is also received. So, but for now, all of the inputs received from all of the professional participants from the other government departments indicate that this property cannot at this point be included. In respect of the extension, an extension for the IDP budget and SDF was published, and the closing date was extended until the 22nd, I think, of May it was, from the original closing date that was first published. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director. Can we go to item 6.2 then? Councillor Davis, are you?
No, I just want to say thank you, Speaker, to the Director for that explanation. And I just want to ask if she can please expedite that Sedgefield development plan that she spoke about, because that is a very critical thing for our community. But thank you for the response.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Salase?
No, Speaker, for me, I move the recommendation A and B as it is. This is what I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor Salase.
Speaker.
Councillor Skosana?
I support my director. I have trust in her, Speaker. Let's go with it.
Councillor Salase. Councillors, we have two proposals on the table. Those that against the recommendation as it stands, can you just raise your hands and put your cameras on? Councillor Wasserman, I can see you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Weideman, I can see you.
Thank you.
Councillor Chokola, I can see you.
Councillor Chokolo, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, I can see you. Councillor Wolmerans, I can see you.
Thank you.
Speaker, can you see me?
Councillor Strubel. I can see Councillor Opperman. Can you just put your mic on?
What about Councillor Quinana?
Councillor Opperman? Can you put your mic on? I can't hear you.
The mic is on.
Thank you. Councillor Quinana? I can see you.
Thanks, Speaker.
Councillor Strubel?
Can you see me, Speaker? Because I've been on for a while now.
Your camera is not on.
Yeah, because I'm definitely on here on my side.
Okay, but I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Anyone else?
Councillor Ice.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, can we go to those who agree with the recommendation as it is? Councillor Salazar, camera on.
Councillor Salazar.
Councillor Matiwana, Speaker.
Matiwana, I can see you.
Skosana, Speaker.
Naki, Speaker.
Councillor Naki.
Councillor Ngrezu, Speaker.
I can see you, Councillor Ngrezu. I can see you, Councillor Krauts.
Councillor Krauts, yes.
Speaker, Councillor Tsengwa.
I can see you, Councillor Tsengwa. I can see you, Councillor Matika. Can you put your mic on? Councillor Matika, can you put your mic on?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm also voting for the recommendation as it stands.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Van Aswegen.
Speaker, yes, as with the IDP, I will say it again.
Can you put
71
your
million
camera on?
rand. I did. Can't you see me? Ik weet dat is 'n bietjie swart en amazing. Speaker, as I said, is the ward council of Ward 6. With or without the 71 million rand, the SDF is not going to change. I want to put it quite clear. So there's no way for me not to support the recommendation as it is. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen. We are going with recommendation A and B as it stands. We are now going to page number 7, which is 6.3, and we're now going to give the deputy mayor, acting deputy mayor, a opportunity to present to us the annual budget. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Speaker, thank you very much again. Speaker,
Speaker and Susana, can you put your hands down? And Councillor Nezi, could you mute your camera?
Can I go, Speaker?
Yes, DM.
Thank you very much, Speaker, once again. Turning to the 2020-2021 MTREF budget, the 2020-2021 capital budget amounts to 157.9 million and translates to 444.1 million over the MTREF period. The draft operating budget for the 2020-2021 financial year amounts to 1.036 billion, an increase of 62.6 million or 6.4% when compared with the last adjustment budget for 2019-2020. Whilst preparing for the 2020-2021 final draft annual budget and the medium-term revenue and expenditure framework, we focus on stabilizing the administration. And I'm happy to present our final draft budget outlining what we would like to achieve over the medium term. To invest in a new infrastructure and renew and upgrade an existing infrastructure such as water, stormwater system, as well as electricity and sewer network. Stabilize the financial situation in the short term and achieve financial sustainability over medium and long term. Provide some relief to businesses and community at large by proposing a minimal increasing on tariff, to improve our working capital and collection ratio, to create an enabling environment for investment and tourism, as well as other activities that could lead to the sustainable job creation and economic growth and development. We are to ensure that we maintain the level of services whilst at the same time minimizing tariffs and increases. Whilst cost increase, we therefore propose the rates increase to be limited to a maximum of 3%, water services tariff increase to be limited to a maximum of 3%, sanitation services tariff to be limited to a maximum of 3%, electricity to be approved in terms of NERSA-approved guidelines, refuse removal to be increased by 12%. Over the next 6 months, we will continue to work towards further reducing expenditure and identify assets that are not needed to provide basic services. Spending will be focused on the infrastructure asset to attract the investment and rebuild the economy. The proposed spending on the program is outlined in detail in the budget report and will be circulated once the budget is approved. Our aim is to optimize the municipality revenue chain and cash flow management. The economic turnaround of Greater Niger will not happen overnight and will require council to make difficult decisions. The unpopular decision today are necessary to negate the negative impact of possible administration tomorrow. I want to thank the acting municipal manager, Dr. Michelle Gratz, the directors, and the chief financial officer, Mr. Mulelo Memani, and his team for their hard work, long hours, and determination to draft a budget in an extreme difficult condition. We appreciate their input and positive contribution towards creating a financially healthy municipality. and a viable, profitable economy for Knysna. Madam Speaker, I hereby refer you to the recommendation of 6.3 on page 7 to 10 of the council agenda and present to you a draft final annual budget and medium-term revenue and expenditure framework for your consideration and approval. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Susana, I see your hand is up. Councillor Susana, I see your hand is up.
No, it's an old hand, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. We are now on page number 9. The recommendation is on page number 9 from the mayor. Recommendation A, and it ends at O. Do we go with that recommendation, MM?
Speaker, if I can just come in here. On recommendation O, reference is made to 550 Rand. It should read 550,000 Rand. Thanks.
MM, you are breaking up.
Speaker, on recommendation O, reference is made to 550 Rand. It should be 550,000 Rand.
Thank you, MM.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Van Asberen. Councillor Van Asberen.
Speaker, thanks, but before Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Speaker, there's a few things I want to raise, but I would first like the CFO, because I just want to make sure that I've got the correct figures in front of me. The CFO just turned to the tariffs in the documentation that we received, NXSC, tariffs 2021, and I want him to turn to page, there's no pages, but it's number 4, wastewater sewerage services. I just want him to turn to that part quickly, because it's about the correctness, whether I'm wrong reading these things. Can you just ask the CFO just to turn to that page? That's under the tariffs, NXSC, the one that deals with the wastewater sewerage services.
CFO was the permission of the MM? CFO? MM?
Speaker, I think the CFO is online.
I'm trying to get to the page, Speaker. What page is this? Under refuse or sewage?
Speaker, there's no pages, but it's number 4, wastewater sewerage service.
Okay.
Are you there, CFO?
Number 4 is sundry charges.
4.2, 4.21 E and 4.21 F. You've got it.
Sorry, Speaker, can Councillor Van Asberen just clarify which page and on what book is he now?
Speaker, as I said, there's no 4.1,
4.12,
4.21 E and 4.21 F.
Okay, 4.21 E. Okay, I've got 4.21 E, and then I've got 4.21 F. Yes.
Yeah, there's a tariff there that stated 0.60, 0.60. Is that correct? Shouldn't that be a percentage, 60% and 40%? I just want to make sure you with me there, sir.
That's correct. That's correct, Councillor. It's a percentage phase out. Correct.
So that 0.60 should be deleted. It should be 60% and 40%.
Yes. So if you are earning between 7.2 to 7.5, it's 60%, and then next year, but phase out after that. So in 60 and 40%.
So it's not 60 cents there and 40 cents.
No.
Okay. I just want to
Correct,
correct.
Councillor.
Yeah, I just want to correct that. I just want to correct that, Chair, as a starting point for me, Chair. If you allow me, I just want to comment on the Deputy Mayor's state of the town address. Deputy Mayor, my apologies. State of the town address. Chair, there are a few things that I just want to raise here. I'm very concerned about the tariff for electricity, especially the daily tariff. It was raised by Councillor Wasserman at the last meeting, and I just believe that that one is the one that would be difficult for me to accept, Chair. Especially the category where you talk about the 60 amp, where the daily tariff is R5.41 a day that the public out there had to pay. Speaker, now you can done a lot of calculations, acting MM and CFO. That basically means the following. If a person did not purchase electricity in 10 days, if you go to the municipality or whatever outlet there is to purchase electricity, 54.60 cents of that 100 rand, he will not get one single unit. That will go into what we call a daily tariff. And when you do all the other calculations with VAT and all those type of things, that person will be lucky if he get out of that 100 rand, 20 rand of electricity. He will be lucky. And therefore, Chair, we do not really assist our people there. I'm also concerned about that specific tariff in relation to NERSA, taking in consideration that we have previous comments on our electricity tariff. But that for me, Deputy Mayor, is a serious concern. Then, Deputy Mayor, the other one which I also want to raise, and I saw it when there were submissions by members of the public relating to the IDP. There was a certain MS Campbell, and I wasn't quite sure whether it was Myrtle Susan Campbell or Michelle Susan Campbell. Not quite sure who that was. I assume it was Miss Campbell. But she made a very good comment there that we charge. There's something wrong here, Speaker. There's a lady about Speaker, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me? There's something wrong here. Speaker?
Councillor Van Aswegen, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you,
Sorry,
Councillor.
there was some sounds and noises on the phone. Speaker, getting that to the point I want to make about vacant land, and she make that comment about this municipality do not charge sufficient on vacant land, and it's quite clear in our tariffs that a business person in this town, Deputy Mayor, who spent money in this town, he built a business, he got a property, he built a factory there and all those type of things. He's employing people, he's purchasing electricity municipality, his people, he's investing in this town. That person we penalize because he invested in this town. But the tariff for vacant business land, Deputy Mayor, it's must, I want to repeat myself, the tariff for business vacant land is much lesser than the tariff for business properties in this town. And I believe that should be the other way around. We penalize ons slaan die gewillige donkie wat invest in die town, and the person that is speculating, we allow them to continue and even give them some sort of rebate. It can't be true. It can't be correct, sorry. Just look at our neighboring towns, Chair, Deputy Mayor. That tariff is the other way around. And I can show people that. So for me, that is unacceptable. Chair, the same apply for vacant land residential. Why should a person that wants to speculate on property in this town pay the same than a person that invests in this town? Hy betaal elektrisiteit, hy betaal vir water, hy het besighede wat hy support. But we're charging those people the same tariff that we're charging a vacant land. It cannot be correct. If you compare it against our neighboring towns, it's the other way around. And I know the comment that was there on Ms. Campbell's request. By lowering our tariffs for vacant land, we want to encourage people to start building. That did not materialize. In fact, the other towns showed us when you have a much more higher tariff for vacant land, then people start investing in this municipality and start, not the other way around. So in closing, Deputy Mayor, those are my two main concerns. I'm not really concerned about the capital budget. I believe that your committee, which was the budget steering committee, did a astounding job. I mean, 90% of that whole capital expenditure is in technical services, which is good. There's no CFO, there's nothing budgeted for finance and those other supported services directorates. So I'm happy with that. The one thing that in that budget, which also is a concern to me, which we looked at seriously, where there's adjustment, wherever we be able to do it, is the issue of contracted services, consultants on the operational expenditure. I'm concerned about that. And we need to look at that here. So Deputy Mayor, as I raised this issue with you previously, I think this council should look at that, whether it's now or in the future. And I know that we cannot increase tariffs when we approved it. We might be able to deal with the water issue at a later stage. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councilman Asvering. Councillor Kraus, I see your hand is up.
Thanks, Speaker. CFO, I think on the electricity on 6.3.5, I just need you to explain that part for me. And then as I see there, it looks like the 3 units, as we call it, is gone for the 20 amps or the 20 kilowatts. That the 20 people that is on the 20 kilowatts won't be getting free electricity unless you apply to be indigent. Because from where I'm standing is that when you apply, not everyone that apply for indigent is necessarily on 20 kilowatts. And so if I just need to understand now that is this 3 units for people on 20 kilowatt not available anymore? I just need to understand that one, CFO.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just going to summarize what I said earlier, which is that the tabled budget is unrealistic. Either the payment of the DBSA loan must be guaranteed, or the budget needs to be amended so that it is a realistic budget which is based on actual revenue and borrowings, and the DA can therefore not approve the budget as it is currently before us today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. MM, through you, there's questions for the CFO.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. If I can start with the last one, again, I want to repeat that the 71 million from DBSA is in relation to a drawdown for the current financial year. It's not a drawdown for the next financial year for the draft budget. Just want to repeat that. But of course, whatever cash surplus you end this year has an effect in terms of your next budget. So wanted to be clear on this matter that the drawdown of DBSA is not a drawdown for the 2020-21 budget. It's a drawdown for the current financial year. The second issue is
Speaker. Speaker, sorry to interrupt the CFO there. With your indulgence, can I just make a comment on what you've just said? Because it's very important that people do understand it. Chair, the CFO is totally correct. And that's why I don't understand the argument of the DA. That amount, whether it's been approved or not, would only be able to deal with in an adjustment budget. It's not going to change the figures of this current budget. If the DA tells me today, listen, if you put the 70 million rand into this current budget, the figures in there is going to change, then I would understand the argument. But it's got nothing to do with it. If we receive, and that is what the CFO tried to tell us, if we receive that money at a later stage, we will have to put down an adjustment budget and then work that money into that budget. That's the only way that a budget speaker and the IDP specifically, it's a living document. It's nie 'n ding wat in klip uitgekap is en sê jy moet nou so bly nie. If we receive additional money, we need to have, whether it's 71 million rand of now suddenly the province or national centers money, we need to have then an adjustment budget to deal with it and then address it in that space. But the argument that you cannot approve the budget as it is currently, based on the fact of a 71 million rand share, that's far-fetched. I would have loved to hear the DA, for example, to tell me, we agree, Councillor, that tariff we need to address. It does not make sense. Then you have an argument and say, change this budget. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, CFO.
Councillor Asbjørn. The CFO was still on the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not going to labor too much on this matter. It's councillors that must decide. But I want to also emphasize that this is an administrative matter. Even if DBSA next week has resolved the matter, we will decide to draw down the full 71 million, or we will draw down a portion of the spending that we've already incurred. And then we can do the other drawdown at a later stage during the financial year. So I just want to stop there. And then on the issue,
CFO, your thing is muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So let's start quickly with the first one. Sorry, I was trying to get to this page of the tariff. Let's start with the issue of electricity and NERSA and the COMAF of the AG. Interestingly, I was reading it this morning from Mike Hampton's page. I don't necessarily give much attention to Mike Hampton, but I thought this morning, let me just go and check what's going on there because it appears I'm missing out. So the issue of the AG raising this matter, it's very clear. The item went to council in November last year. And I had a meeting with NERSA and Nobesutu on Tuesday up until 9 o'clock. NERSA last year, what they've done, they gave their guidelines and indications very late when our budget was already approved in May. Their letter, I think, came at about June or July, if I'm not mistaken on the date. We then informed them that our budget has been approved. It went through public participation. And then we then said that we will look at the matter in the adjustment budget and we table an item in council in November last year in terms of the NERSA tariff. And then there were tariffs that we actually said to NERSA, we would not agree to adjust them. One of them was actually the issue of the vacant land. So we had the same issue with NERSA again now, that our tariffs are not in line in terms of their approval. So that's what the AG found, and they said it's non-compliance. I said in non-compliance with what? With the act. I said which act? Because you're talking about NERSA regulations, you're talking about the MFMA. Which one supersedes the other? So if I were to change the budget to the NERSA during the year, does it supersede the MFMA? Because the MFMA says that the budget must be approved by May. So that matter we have dealt with. And I don't want normally to respond, but I was interested to respond to even Mr. Mike Hampton to say he's got half-baked cake, half-baked information. That matter was addressed to the general because they understood very well that the NERSA letter came very late when our budget was already approved. So this year we've worked very closely with NERSA, Kulani, Matumbu, and Vincent Mshotwana, the gentleman. We are still waiting for their final letter. If you look at the recommendation now, it says we must approve it in terms of the NERSA. NERSA has actually determined that we should charge that amount for the vacant land on electricity. It's a determination which we've indicated to them last year to say, look, we don't necessarily agree. In the last 2 years, we said we don't necessarily agree with you on the issue of vacant land being charged this. And NERSA has determined that, and on Tuesday, they've made it very clear again. So the tariffs that we have submitted is as such, and it must be in terms of the NERSA. So it's interesting now, if we want to change the vacant land, then it means we're going back to that audit finding that we had last year, where AG will say it's something that will be put under other matters because not all our tariffs agree exactly with all the tariffs of NERSA. So the tariffs as they are in terms of the guidelines that have been issued. The guidelines have been issued at least before we approve the budget for May. So it's in terms of the guidelines. Yesterday, Tuesday, we were finalizing just few issues of clarity that they want. They are, I don't know, it's called a board or commission of NERSA is sitting sometime next week to give approval, and then they will give us a letter by before 1st of July. So I think that clarifies the issue of the vacant land on electricity tariffs. Then coming to the issue of
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, my apologies, man. The CFO is breaking up a lot. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, Councillor Van Aswegen.
The CFO is breaking up a lot. I'm not quite sure what the reason for that is. I just want to make it quite clear. When I make reference about vacant land, CFO, I wasn't talking about the electricity tariff on vacant land. I was talking about the rates, the property tax on vacant land. I didn't even refer to NERSA's issue on vacant land electricity. My argument was purely based on the tariff that we ask for property tax. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Aswegen. CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. Then we come to the issue which I understood it then actually in terms of the vacant stand for property rates. You would recall that this matter, we tabled it in the budget workshop. We have tabled the reason as well in terms of saying that in NISNA, our tariffs last year, we then said that our tariffs for vacant land were high. And we presented that to council and said we're high. And we need to look at these matters because they could be impingement in terms of people sitting on land they're unable to develop because when they have to develop, then there's a big amount that they need to pay first, So that matter was addressed. It was presented again now. I think in this budget report we made comments in response to the submissions of Mrs. Campbell. It was Susan Campbell who made that submissions in terms of the increase for vacant land for property rates to be higher. This matter was presented in the workshop. If council feels that the tariffs on vacant land property rates must be higher, council can take that decision, but we've made reasons as to why it should be the same as residential.
20 amps.
The 20 amps situation, Councillor Crouch is correct. That rebate that we were given is a rebate that was actually meant for indigent people. So we have looked at the tariffs and we have reviewed the tariff as to what is the reason that causes NISNA to get to a situation of these last 2 years, a slight decrease in terms of its liquidity position. That's why we have reviewed the rebates that were given, and those were one of the rebates that were given over and above the rebates that are normal in terms of legislation that is supposed to be given. Those people are not necessarily correct, indigent, but they are on 20 amps. So we were giving them these rebates as if we were treating them as if they are actually indigent, but they are not necessarily indigent. And this is one of the things in the findings of the AG, when they look at the list from the on-tax system that we give them in terms of the people that are getting rebates as indigent, then it does not agree with the list that is on the system, on prominent system. So those people are not indigent, they don't qualify for that. But again, if council feels that that rebate must be given because they are on 20 amps, the problem there is just that then is the justification is then why are you not giving it on people on 60 amps, because they are all not indigent, So the rebate was actually meant for people who are indigent. So it might be questioned in terms of the issue of giving it only to people who are with 20 amps, then it would actually mean that everyone then will then change to 20 amps, and then we then have to sit with the high rebates that are unaffordable that we have to provide because people are on 20 amps, but they are not necessarily indigent. So there's no rationale for giving people on 20 amps because they're on 20 amps. This matter is something that has been there, and we've been investigating it over time. They are not indigent. There's no justification that we can give to people who are on 30 and 40 and 60 amps as to why they are also not getting that rebate. As long as you are indigent, you will get the rebate. If you're not indigent, you don't get the rebate. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up, and Councillor Kraut.
It is. Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to respond to Councillor van Aswegen. I want to remind him what the CFO said. The CFO said that a cash surplus following payment of the DBSA loan has an effect on the budget that we are considering now. Councillors, if you finish this financial year deep in the red without the DBSA loan, of course it will affect liquidity for the next year. We can't pretend that a failure to get the DBSA loan won't affect the coming year. This council must please be sensible and responsible. Thank you.
Councillor Kraut.
Thanks, Speaker. Councillor Wasserman, we hear you loud and clear. It sounds like a robot, but enough. Speaker, I just now need to say, CFO, I hear what you are saying on the 20 amps. However, I do believe that the current situation that we are experiencing during the COVID-19 and the fact that in the high unemployment rate, I think we all had a peek at how long the queues are here at Labour. And mine is just this, that we've got a daily charge on electricity. We are taking the 20 amps, so the free units away. So we are actually making the life of the poor even more difficult. That is my taking on this. Because if they're not going to get a daily charge, they're not going to get the 3 amps. They have a daily charge with the actually now, which is also there. So they're not going to have money to buy electricity. And I think we really need to look at the situation and see how we can amend this, the budget, to make sure that our poor people is not even more poor. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kraus. CFO, I see your hands up. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I will deal, because I forgot the other issue of this daily charge, so I'll also cover it now. Speaker, when you craft a budget and you approve a budget, you have to balance the budget in terms of expenditure and income and the cashback budget. I hear what Councillor Kraus is saying, but what would be the justification for us for giving only to people with 20 amps those free units and then not giving to people with 60 or 60 amps? Because the subsidization is meant actually for indigent people. Those people are not indigent. That's number one. And the process of tariff needs to be fair, transparent, and equitable. So we have to address the issue of fairness in terms of as to why would only that subsidization to people with 20 amps and not give it to people above 20 amps, while both are actually not indigent. But if you give it to indigent and then you don't give it to the other group, there is justification, because the legislation does guide and provide that you actually subsidize indigent people. So there is nothing in the legislation that says we should give people who are on 20 amps. It's been a subsidy that we have been over-subsidizing in Knysna municipality. And those are the subsidies that needed to be reviewed in terms of this process. Now, to come to the issue of daily charge, we had Heinrich presenting to us the cost of electricity supply study, which was adopted and approved by Council and submitted to NERSA. Now, let me explain again in terms of what that cost of supply study. So in terms of that cost of supply study, there's a all-inclusive rate tariff that is charged, and then there's this tariff which we have actually opted to implement. Let me simplify it. You're supposed to purchase electricity for R1.50. So what we then do, we say that you will then purchase electricity when you go and purchase for R1, then the 50 cents is actually divided in the number of days in a month in terms of a daily. One, you have to ensure that you get your money at least upfront for maintenance and repairs of your electricity infrastructure. Secondly, I don't understand, because what councillors, if they are saying that this is going to be worse for the poor, I can actually assure you now, but it's your decision that you can take after I've spoken. I can assure you now that you are actually going to give a benefit to not so poor people, if there is such a word that I can use. Let me make an example. If you do the all-inclusive tariff, the people who go and buy electricity, the rent value would not change, so they will not pay the daily tariff. It's going to be included in terms of the amount that they actually go and pay. This is the difference that you have to understand on this. So the 150 remains the 150. So when you go and purchase, you will purchase electricity of 150 rand, you know, all-inclusive. But now here is something that is going to happen. We've looked at the situation. Pravir, I'm not sure if you can be able to come in or get Jack to come in here later on. We've looked at the situation, and if 20 to 30% of properties in Knysna are not occupied and people are in Joburg, overseas and everywhere, they only come during certain time of the year in Knysna, and they purchase electricity only at that time that they are around here. They are actually getting a benefit because the maintenance of infrastructure during the year, they contribute it only when they come and buy electricity at that time for R1.50. So they will be charged R1.50. But the way we are doing it now is to actually force that group to actually contribute on a daily charge in terms of maintenance of that infrastructure. So they also then pay that daily charge, irrespective of they are in Knysna, the house is not buying electricity or they are buying electricity. So that's a principle in terms of this matter. I will share with you again those that might have lost the document, cost of study, and I've got a document that is summarized in terms of explaining this situation. So if council says that we want to do away with the daily charge, all that it means, the total amount, the 5 rand that the councillor was talking about, is going to be added in the total amount, and it's an all-inclusive tariff. So people will pay the all-inclusive tariff. Let me repeat it. All-inclusive will be, for argument's sake, R1.50. Electricity for 150. So not 150, you buy electricity for 150. But in this case, the way that we are using it, you would buy for 100 rand, and then the other money is split for daily charge. So it's get deducted in your purchase. But if you think that this is going to make the poor worse, I've got a different view, but it's a council decision that they can take. I think it's going to make the rich people who are not necessarily in town during the year to benefit, because they are not going to be contributing. They will only purchase electricity. Bear in mind, they also have solar, most of them, and some other mechanism for electricity in their house. So they would actually buy less electricity. The revenue of the municipality will be seriously impacted on electricity.
Thank you, CFO. Councillor Kraus, your hand is still up, and then Councillor Van Aswegen.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I just need to say on the 20 M's CFO, if most of the people is on 20 M's, if you are more than 20 M's, 30, 40, that is your choice based on your affordability. And the most people that are on the 20 M's is your people that is really struggling. Remember, we also brought the application for rebate is also come down now. Not the application, but the criteria that is also come down now. So you're going to sit with those people that is really going to struggle. So I want to suggest, CFO, that we stick with our 20 amps and our free units as it is, and not take it away. Because if I'm on 30 amps and you on 40 amps, that is your choice based on your affordability.
I just think that's a good reason. People must, the 20 M's must, the free units must go back to the 20 M's, please, CFO.
Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen.
Speaker, yes, CFO, just the following. I do occur with and I agree with you. The issue about the all-inclusive tariff. There was just one thing, and I now remember when you make reference to it again. On the electrical tariffs under domestic all-inclusive energy tariff charts, there was something there which for me was a bit confusing. And listen, I'm getting confused very quickly, that type of person. But can you just go to that tariff, because it's reading like this, and I'm going to read it to you. It is limited to single phase 60A or the maximum design capacity of the network supplying the area, i.e. 30A or 60A. What does that mean? Should I read into that it is not only limited to 60A, but also to the 30A? I didn't understand that, but did you read the one there?
Yeah, it means it actually means domestic, because domestic you will either have 30 to 60 amps. Pravir can come in. I don't think that you will have domestic that is actually more than that, you know.
So the argument there, for which I raised, why I raised it, but let's first hear from Pravir.
Thank you, CFO. MM, through you. MM?
Speaker?
Yes. Yeah?
Yeah. No, thank you, MM. Thank you. Yes, Director? Yes.
The question is the Councillor Van Aswegen was asking whether it's domestic. Yes, I think that it is domestic, if I've understood him correctly. Have I understood your question correctly, Councillor?
No, Chair, sorry. It is residential. It's domestic residential, full stop, it's there. But I didn't understand when you started by saying in your argument, or not in argument, in your tariff structure, limited to single phase 60A, that's 60M, or the maximum design capacity of the network supplying the area, i.e. 30A and 60A. With that, I read, if the maximum supply in my ward, let's use an example, Katanga. If the maximum supply there is 30M, those people will therefore also be able to apply for this all-inclusive energy tariff. Am I reading that correct? Because I was a bit confused when you started off by saying limited to single phase 60A. I was confused about that. In that
you're correct. You're correct, Councillor.
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, CFO.
Okay, Lily.
No, the Councillor is correct because I remember the discussion with Jack. We were trying to limit this, you know, that people can apply, because if you allow everyone to apply, those who are above certain M's, they would actually apply, but then they will get that benefit that I was referring to. So we're trying to limit that it can actually be only those people that can apply.
Just to add, Speaker.
Speaker, I just finished this one.
Councillor Van Aswegen?
Sorry, Chair, no, that's fine. Listen, CFO, I've done some calculations, and I can assure you, this is much more cheaper than the daily tariff one. I would actually, in my ward, having a public meeting, say, "Amal van julle gaan more and gaan apply for this," because you will get much more units of this all-inclusive tariff charts. So if the all-inclusive charges target is to make sure that only people in Knysna would be able to apply for that. So you must be able, and it's in here in your tariff, monthly purchase of electricity have to be made for at least 11 or 12 months consecutively. So it excludes those people that is Iswalk wat hier na toe kom. But that for me is a good tariff. I was now, as long as I'm happy with the fact that it also includes the 30M people, not only the 60M people, then I'm happy, because then ek kan vir my mense gaan verduidelik. Julle moet aansoek doen vir dit. Chair, and this is the last point I want to raise on this budget, and then I'll keep quiet for the rest of time. Speaker, Councillor Wasserman, I fully understand the impact the 71 million rand would have on the liquidity or on the cash of the municipality. I fully understand that. The point I want to make, when you receive money within a financial year that you did not budget it for, or for example, that you did budget it for and you do not receive that money, the only way to deal with it, and that is how we dealt with it all these years, is within an adjustment budget. My understanding to this was quite clear, CFO. This figures and this that is current in the current budget, it's got nothing to do with the 71 million rand. If we're lucky with your engagement with DBSA, we receive the money at the end of next month or middle of July, the next financial year, we need to address that money that we receive in an adjustment budget and not the other way around. So, Councillor Wasserman, yes, I understand your concern. I totally agree with you. It has an impact, but it doesn't have an impact on this now, what we're going to supposed to approve. If it's going to have an impact on the budget or the next financial year, when you get the money, we deal with it in the adjustment budget. Let's understand the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen. Councillor Kraus, I see your hand is up. CFO, you want to say something? Councillor Kraus?
My hand, old hand. It's an old hand, sorry.
Okay, Councillor Kraus.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I would propose that we go with the recommendations as it is with the amendments of Councillor Van Aswegen and Councillor Kraus.
We also got an amendment on O of 550 is now 500,000 rand. The MMS made that correction. On recommendation O.
Sorry, Speaker. Just a clarity, because if I got Councillor Van Aswegen correctly, is that the way the tariff structure is correct on electricity, but then you would encourage all the people that are on 30M to come and apply to be on the all-inclusive, which is what is provided for in the tariff. That's how I understood him, unless you can clarify. So the amendment that then is actually proposed. Okay, sorry, Councillor Kraus. Van Aswegen, you can then clarify me.
Okay. Councillor Van Aswegen?
Chair. No.
Councillor Van Aswegen, I can't hear you.
No, Chair, the CFOs are breaking up a lot, but he's correct in saying that I initially thought that this all-inclusive tariff charge is only applicable to the 60 amp, exceeding the 30 amp people. That I thought. But you must just remember, Chair, that the daily tariff for the 30 amp, it's much lower. I think close to half the amount that the daily tariff is for the 60 amp people. I think the one is 541 and the other one is 286 cents. So it might not be to such an advantage for the 30 amp, but more for the people in the 60 amp. But in essence, he's correct what I was trying to say.
Thank you. MMS, your hand, and then Councillor Wasserman.
Yes, Speaker, just a correction. Recommendation O should read 550,000 rand.
Okay. Thank you, MM. Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, I just want to get clarity on the amendments of Councillor Van Aswegen that Councillor Kraus is talking about. He also referred at a point to increases in rates on vacant business and residential property. Is that included in her recommendation?
CFO, I see your hand is up.
Speaker.
No, Speaker. That's why I wanted to come, so that my understanding on the recommendation, if Council approves, is that we should bring back the rebate on the people that are on 20 amps. But as I've explained, there's an issue of just and equitable there, because there's no legislation that provides for us to give those rebates. But if Council think that we should provide those people again those rebates, we will provide those rebates, and then Then the other one is addressed because I don't think Councillor van Asbegen has addressed it very well in terms of the electricity. But then the issue of the vacant stand for property rate is the issue that council needs to determine now. It was explained in the policy workshop, and I've explained it again. And council needs to determine it. Should it be what in terms of it as it is now? It's I think it's equivalent to the residential. So council needs to determine.
Thank you, CFO.
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor van Asbegen.
I said I'm not going to speak again, but Councillor Wasserman asked a question relating to the issue of the vacant stand and the vacant land. Speaker, quite simple. I think the one that we immediately can do is, you must remember on residential properties, the rate or the tariff for vacant and improved stands is the same. 0.075158. But when it comes to business, there's a big difference in the two. I would love to see, Speaker, that same tariff that is applicable to businesses in this town, running this business, contributing to the coffers of this municipality, help to grow the economy. For the vacant business sense, they should pay the same rate. That's what I want to propose, Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor van Asbegen. Can we then now go to Councillor Wasserman? Are you on?
Speaker, I think I've made clear what the DA's position is that we're not going with the approval of the budget, either with or without Councillor van Asbegen's amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. We're on 6.3 and we're going to the recommendation that's on from number 9, page 9 to page 10, recommendations from A until O. Councillor Wasserman, can I have those that does not approve the budget as it is?
Speaker, yes.
With the amendments, Speaker, with the amendments.
Yes, with the amendments. CFO, your hand is still up. CFO?
Ek dink wat Michelle gesê het, het goed gebruik. Ons gaan nie.
Councillor,
CFO,
CFO, your hand is still up. Oh, thank you.
It's an old hand, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Can we go?
Okay.
Speaker?
Ek is gemute, ja.
Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you, Councillor Wasserman.
Not approved, Speaker. Thank you.
Councillor Weideman, not approved. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Weideman.
Councillor
Davis, I can see Councillor Davis, I can see you.
Thank you, Speaker. Same here, not approved.
Thank you. Councillor Chokolo.
Councillor Bowman.
Speaker, Councillor Chokolo, don't approve.
Speaker.
Councillor Strubel, can you put on your mic, your camera, Councillor Strubel?
Speaker, sorry, Speaker, it looks like I'm losing connection here. But,
okay, but I can hear
I
you.
also don't approve.
I can hear you. Thank you.
Councillor Pomerans.
Yes, I can see you. Thank you, Councillor Wolmerans.
Not approved. Thank you.
Councillor Opperman, not approved.
Thank you.
Councillor Ace, not approved.
Speaker, Councillor Quinana, not approved.
Councillor Ace and Councillor Quinana, I could not see your
face.
Yes, I couldn't see your face.
And Bona won't speak.
Okay.
Speaker, can you see me?
Not yet.
Well, my face is there.
I don't know why it's not showing, Speaker.
Speaker, Councillor Ash, not approved.
Speaker, ndiyakubona nje mna, uyanibona?
I can see you now, Councillor Kwinana.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Can we go with those who go with the recommendation as it stands?
Speaker.
Speaker.
Speaker, Councillor Salase is approved.
Thank you, Councillor Salase.
Speaker.
Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Matiwana.
I do, Speaker. Councillor Kraut, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut.
Councillor Tsengwa, Speaker. Tsengwa.
Thank you, Councillor Tsengwa.
Speaker, Councillor Van Aswegen.
Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen.
Speaker, can I be clear here? It's quite clear that,
yes.
And I want to say why I'm supporting this. It's quite clear that there are councillors here that is not interested in tariffs for the poor people.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Councillor
on a point of order. On a point of order.
Not approve a budget based on a thing that they know it's wrong. So I'll approve the budget. Councillor can call and point of order. It's fine with him. Councillor Van Aswegen, on behalf of his Ward 6, is supporting the budget as it is. What amendments?
Thanks, Councillor Van Aswegen. Anyone else?
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Susana.
Budget, Speaker. Sabacano kunane Brookshield bayek. Speaker.
Councillor Matika, I can see you.
Councillor Ngezu, supporting the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Ngezu.
Speaker.
Councillor Matika.
There's no way a ward councillor could not support a budget. There's no way a ward councillor cannot support an IDP, which he was involved with ward committees. So, Speaker, as a ward councillor of Ward 8, I fully support the budget. So that tomorrow or the next financial year, on 1st of July, the contractor can go and do paving.
Councillor, thank you.
Point of order.
Councillor, thank you. I also support the budget as it is. We've now got 9 against 10, and we need 11 people to approve the budget. Can we all agree, Council, that according to the Act that we can't approve this budget with the number we're having?
Speaker, that is correct.
Thank you. Can we move to 4.5?
Speaker.
Yes. Can we move to 4.5? 2021.
Before you move, Speaker.
Councillor Matika, yes.
No, it's a CFO. Before you move to,
CFO,
I just want to highlight to you on a lighter note that the current year loan funded projects, it's 71,367,000, and the next year it's 71,801. So that maybe if there's some confusion about this 71 million, it's two different 71 millions. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO.
Oh, sorry, Speaker.
Speak on a lighter note.
Sorry,
speak on a lighter note.
Can I get Councillor Salasi, then Councillor Van Aswegen?
Sorry, fine. I want to ask you as a speaker, you sure about this clause that this budget must be passed with a majority of councillor because we are 19 now, we are majority. You show what your decision you are taking. I ask to you as the speaker now. I don't want to ask to anyone. You, as you speaker, you exercise your right. You ask. You show that you go with the right direction.
Thank you, Councillor Selassie. We are here guided by the legal department, and that is what the legal department advised us, that we need to be 11 according to our rules of order and of council. That is the majority of councillors selected in council when we started in 2016. So the majority of council is 11. But the legal advisor can come in if she's on through you, MM. And then Councilman Asbiren. Councilman Asbiren. Yes.
Sorry, Speaker, man, I'm not here the legal advice. I hear the legal advisor when he speak about the quorum last time. Now all of us, we are 19 councillors now. We have a quorum now. I want to make sure that this direction you are taking, you exercise your right. It's a right direction what you lead, so that tomorrow I don't want to say as a speaker you mislead us as a council. That's what I want to know to you according the law.
Yes, Councillor Selassie, you say according to the law, and if it comes to law, then we need to be advised by our legal department. MM? I see your hand up. Van Aswegen, I see your hand up.
Speaker, in terms of the constitution. Sorry, okay, it's Councillor Van Aswegen going first, no problem.
Councillor Van Aswegen?
No, thank you. No, thank you, Speaker. Thank you. I'm not going to make a serious.
Councillor Kraus, can you mute your mic? Councillor Kraus, can you mute your mic? Councillor Kraus?
Speaker, I'm muted. I'm even audioed off.
Someone is making a noise. I thought it was you. My apologies if it's not you. Councillor Van Aswegen?
Speaker, thanks. Speaker, through you to the acting MM. In fact, I was going to say through you and through the acting MM to the CFO. On a lighter note, sir, I never ever want to hear the word 71 million rand in my life again. Thank you.
MM?
Thanks, Speaker. In terms of the Constitution, Section 160, in brackets 3B, it says all questions concerning matters mentioned in subsection 2 are determined by a decision taken by a municipal council with a supporting vote of a majority of its members. And this council has 21 members. The matters referred to in subsection 2 include the passing of a bylaw, the approval of budgets, and so forth. So it's in terms of the Constitution that it's a majority of the members, not the votes cast. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Acting MM. Councillor Selassie, are you covered with that question, that answer from the Acting MM?
No, continue, Speaker. To me, I don't think you speak in that way. Can you continue, Speaker?
Thank you, Councillor Selassie. Can we go to 6.5? The draft service delivery and budget implementation plan. And the recommendation is on page 13.
I agree, Speaker. Speaker, can I just ask if you do 6.4?
Speaker?
Councillor Romerans?
No, I've got the same question then, Councillor. I think we've missed 6.4 on page 11.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. On 6.4, my apologies. The adoption of the developed and reviewed HR policy for 2020-21 financial year. And the recommendation is on On page 12, there's an A and a B.
Agreed, Speaker.
Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand is up.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I've got no problem with approving these policies. I just want to ask the acting MM. These policies are generally approved together with the budget every year. In terms of, I think the MFMA, they have to be approved part of the budget. So can they be approved now, or should we hold over with them until we consider the budget again next week?
Speaker, may I answer?
Yes, MM.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, Councillor Wasserman, I don't see any problem with approving these policies now. They don't necessarily have to be with the budget.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for
Speaker,
Councillor?
can I just make Speaker, just a comment? Because I'm a bit concerned. There's one policy which I've always said that we need to look at thoroughly again, taking in consideration the whole turnaround strategy, and that is the car allowance policy. But my understanding on policies is that we can basically, it is again not a document cast in stone. Council can at any stage relook at its policy and amend it if necessary. If that is the case, I'm quite happy with the recommendation currently. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we go with that recommendation, councillors? Kraus?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. Then we on 6.
minus about 11 million, which is an indirect grant for the project of my location for houses that got burned. So it's about 58 million actually, but our spending to date is actually at 62, if I'm not mistaken, but I've actually included invoices that needs to be paid in June. Then it makes it 65. So you have 58 million in terms of the business plan for this year, and then you have 65 in terms of the spending. Then I had to actually ensure that I aligned that grant funding for human settlement, that it does not cause problem at the end of the financial year when financial statements are prepared. Simply, provincial human settlement have given communication. I think we have attached even an email there on Annex P that says that they allow us to actually spend within the project, within the different two projects. So the project in Hondi is going very faster, but most of the allocation of the money is actually next year. They've spent money in terms of our financial year, and they've completed their money by, I think, April. In terms of our financial year, but in terms of the provincial financial year, it's a different because they are already in their next financial year. So the money they provide. So it's not an issue that if we pay, we're not going to get the money from province, we're going to get the claim. So province do allow us that you can actually tap in on the next year's allocation. So that is what is delayed. And I struggle in terms of ensuring that that grant funding is actually balanced in terms of correctly in terms of the spending patterns, and we don't deviate much in terms of the business plan. The business plan is for the current year as well as the next financial year. So we have to monitor in the next financial year now that we don't exceed the project for Hondi, or the other one I think is the one, if I'm not mistaken, Shalani by SC Korolosi. So those projects are doing very well than anticipated. So that's the reason, and my apology for that, because the A and the B schedules, in this case, it's the B schedules. So they have to be accurate, they have to be correct, so that I avoid the situation where I have to bring the item back cancelled. We intended, in terms of the exemption, to bring the item on the 15th, because Monday is the last day. But then what has happened and what is happening in council, it was risky to bring it on the last day and then it's not approved. Then it becomes a serious non-compliance issue. So that's why I have begged everyone to bear with me that it comes, so that if it's not approved today, at least you still have a chance of trying again on Monday, so that it does avoid the issue of non-compliance. So that's a third reason. My apology for that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. Director Planning.
Thank you, Speaker. Originally, the item for the zoning scheme was tabled for the meeting that was at the end of May. However, because of the extension of the date for comments and the fact that on the very last day, about 77 comments were submitted, we requested to remove the item from that agenda to give us an opportunity to deal with those 77 comments, so that we could ensure that the comments are adequately addressed in terms of the responses. The item was ready for tabling already on the 1st of June. And on the 1st of June, several emails were written, upon which we received a reply that only that the Director Corporate Services had said that only 5 items could serve on last week's meeting. So we were not able to table this. And then in the previous week, we started querying again for this week's tabling, and an item could only be opened on Collaborator for us on Monday to submit this particular item, which we then promptly did, as it was already ready from the 1st of June. If there is going to be another meeting next week, Speaker, then it still gives us enough time that if the council was to consider the scheme at the meeting next week and the scheme is then passed, that there will still be time for us to arrange for the gazetting of the scheme. So there would be no problem if there is in any event going to be a meeting again next Thursday for the considering of the budget, that this item can also be postponed if councillors need to have the extra time to deal with it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Director.
Hi, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Councillor, Director.
Madam Speaker, my item, the one for the deviation for the gravel roads, also I had submitted the item for the previous meeting, but it didn't sit on the meeting. But I also raised my concern about it being an urgent item, and hence it was brought onto this current agenda. So that's why it is on this agenda. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, Director Technical. Councillor Wasserman.
Thank you, Speaker.
Director,
Thank you for
still up.
Thank you for the explanations.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Can we go to the supplementary agenda? Okay. We on 6.6. CFO, your hand is up.
I've lowered it, Speaker. Is it not lowered? I've lowered it.
No, it's up.
Oh, okay. All right. It's lowered now.
Then we're on 6.6, councillors, the approving of the zoning scheme bylaw for Nyasa municipality. The recommendation is on page 3. There's an A, B, and C. Do we go with that recommendation?
Speaker?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Wasserman.
I have quite a few questions on the zoning scheme. So I'll start off then on the page 109, if that's okay, that I can ask questions. 109.
Yes.
So at 2.3.1, it speaks about the development parameters for Teeson Islands development. And it says that the development parameters as contained in the conditions of approval relating to Teeson Island developments would apply. So I've recently been searching for the approvals, specifically for the commercial area, and I haven't been able to find it. And it seems to me that it may not have been done, and that council, it slipped through the cracks, but somehow that commercial area on Teeson Island, there just doesn't seem to be a council approval for that development. So I wanted to know if that is the case, and it seems to be, what impact that would have on the development parameters that are referred to on this page. And then I've got a couple more questions, but if I can take them one by one, I think, Speaker, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Anyone else?
Okay, no, Speaker, if you're going to ask for more questions, then I'll just carry on. I've got another question on page 124, and that's in the second table, and it's point 5. It's queries that were raised by the Western Cape Departments of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. This has to do with agri-villages. The Western Cape Department says that they caution against the decision to remove Agri-Zone 3 agri-villages. They say that an agri-village is not a normal residential area and provides for a specific type of settlement which legislation makes provision for. By excluding the zone or use completely, it may have implications that these types of settlements where they may be desirable. And I think that particularly in Renendal, agri-villages may be desirable, and the ward councillor for that area can speak on this as well, but I would be very reluctant, Speaker, to have agri-villages removed. Then on page 133, and this is to do with overlay zones, and it's to do with the proposed overlay zone for Teeson Island. It speaks about the complaint, or the objection was that it is proposed that 2 different overlay zones should be created, one for the residential estate and one for the commercial component. The response from the administration is that Teeson Island is one development and one overlay zone should be sufficient. But Speaker, I actually agree with the objection. They are very different sectors. You have got a residential area and you've got a commercial area, and surely the overlay zone would be different for each of those. And then it also speaks about, on the same page 133, at point 5, it talks about listing of departures. And it says that in terms of Lupo, departures should have been included and they're not. It also at point 7 says that the detail of the register as published doesn't meet the minimum requirements that are required. And also at point 8, that no provision is made to list the departures. And the response here is that it'll be done as a future project. And that response is given 3 times. And my question is why it seems that this is non-compliant with Lupo. And if it is the case, then why? Who drafted this? Was it a consultant? And if so, why is it that we have a zoning scheme which is non-compliant with provisions of Lupo, and we think we can only do this at some point in the future? Speaker, then at page 139, there's a very valid concern that is raised here about Hornley. And it's asking why Hornley doesn't have an overlay zone. That's on page 139 at the second table. He says, how can Hornley's backyard dwellings be accommodated in the new zoning scheme? There's a suggestion for an overlay zone here. And the response is that we will look at an overlay zone only in the new financial year. So, Speaker, we've been discussing the need for this overlay zone for a very long time. I mean, when I was the chairperson of planning, we as a council resolved that an overlay zone was needed in Hornley. I know when I think the SDF was being discussed, it was also spoken about that an overlay zone in Hornley would fix the situation there with backyard dwellers, would be a solution to those problems. And now it seems that we haven't taken that into consideration in this zoning scheme. So, Speaker, my question is why not? There has been time to do it. It's been coming for ages. So those are my questions, please, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. I'm sure the director got all those questions noted. Councillor Davis, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, I also agree with the last part, particularly about the overlay zones, because I was under the impression that that province had already approved the project to do a pilot project in only 4 backyard dwellers. So related to this. So that's why I don't understand why we're speaking about this now if there's already projects lined up, because I know, for example, in my ward as well, we're also looking, once that pilot project is done, we're also looking at, we have a similar problem in our area with backyard dwellers, and we need to have overlay zones to be able to deal with those challenges and services that we need to deliver. So I just would also like to know, get clarity on that, why this document says one thing, but what's happening, for example, from human settlements is something different. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Strubel.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. I also just like to comment on what Councillor Wasserman has said, particularly regards to the removal of agricultural villages. Now, and the reason why I want to speak on this is because for the last few months, I've also been involved with rural development, where I've tried to work out things that we can try and expedite our agricultural area, because it actually works out very well for us, because that is the only thing area which is not expedited, as that is our predominant rural area as well. So I also just like to find out what is the reasons then that we would like then to remove the agricultural villages. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Strubel. Through you, can the director answer those questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to start then with the questions from Councillor Wasserman, and I will conclude with, I think, the collective questions between Councillor Wasserman and Councillor Davis on the overlay zones for Hornley, and I believe also then for the Smutsville area in Sedgefield. The development parameters in terms of Teeson Island and the original council approval. Speaker, we at this point in time have on our records the approval letter as well as the conditions of approval that were developed at that time by the Western Cape government, who was still the competent authority to do the approval for Teeson Island and to determine those conditions of approval. We have that as a source document for how the parameters at Teeson Island are viewed. I agree with Councillor Wasserman. There has been a search for the original council approvals, which are many years prior to some of us even being in Knysna, but those documents were not somehow not kept in record at Knysna municipality, to which those approval letters refer. But the actual approval letters are not disputed, have been the basis for every for all the activities that makes Teeson Island what it is today, and it has been the point of departure, and it has been accepted that those parameters are applicable then as common cause, because there's no reason to doubt the province's communications and the letter of the approval letter that pertains to. So that is how the Teeson Island development is being considered. At this point in time, many rights have accrued, and even if the council decision is not available to us, it is evident that the development had been approved. The next question related to the Opry villages, and this is a question where Councillor Strubel also echoed the request or the question that was asked by Councillor Wasserman. At this point in time, we excluded the description on the basis that our OPF does not promote those kinds of developments, and currently there is no demand for that type of development to be there. Should it be, if there's a justified demand, that there is a need that we suddenly get these applications for agri-villages, and they seem to be able to be accommodated in terms of the SDF, and the SDF is amended for that, we can always come and include this description in the development parameters in the zoning scheme. But at this point, in order to make the documents align with each other, it was not felt conducive to include something which generally there isn't a demand for, and which at this point our SDF doesn't accommodate for, and it's largely also based on bulk service provision in a method which is called in planning leapfrog development, where you go from one place and jump over large agricultural tracts, etc., to have another small development in a different place. So that is in order to avoid that, and that has to do with council's resources that cannot afford the maintenance of that type of development. That is why it was left out. It is really quite academic to leave it in or not, but as I say, practically it would just be there for academic purposes if it is left in. Then the next question related to the overlay zone for Teeson Island, and the fact that there's different types of land usages within the overlay. Just to be clear, how the overlay works is that the overlay would be over the area of the Teeson Island development. Teeson Island development was a unified one development. There were not two different developments. There was not an application for a commercial and an application for a separate application for a residential component. It was a holistic development of a marina development on the old Teeson Island sawmill site that was transformed into what we see Teeson Island being today. Within the overlay, there are different types of land uses that can be accommodated. Within the overlay, even the types of business zones can be different. Some would be business 1, some would be business 2, which the old local business and the old normal business zone, business 1 and 2, those would be two, for example, different types of business use usages under the same, within the same vicinity there. There's also some residential developments of General 1 and 2 that sits within that area of the marina that is on the side where most of the business is concentrated. Similarly, in the side where there is predominantly residential, there are also other types of use zones that form part of what is in that overlay. So the overlay doesn't speak to a particular zone only. It speaks to the area and the different activities that's in the area. The way that the overlay is described in our SDF takes nothing away from any historical approvals within Teeson Island. It also does not add anything to those approvals. It just brings one space where if somebody comes and buys a property on Teeson Island and they want to see what they need to refer to know what they can do with their property in terms of parameters of heights and building lines and use types, etc., that they will be able to know that they are subject to an overlay, which consists at this point of their development rights, plus any of the local plans that may be applicable, and that was part of the Teeson Island approvals that was originally done. That is all that we are saying, is so that somebody who walks in and doesn't know anything understands what the limitations or what the references are that they must go to in order to know what they can do with their earth. It certainly was not intended to even replace, and it cannot replace a previous approval of council that would be in existence. The next question related to the overlay in Hornley. And this is also a question that is repeated, and Councillor Davis, for Speaker through you, just for the purposes of what Councillor Davis raised, the same issue would pertain to Smartsville. We have in this iteration, for example, there are two areas that overlays have now been proposed for. One is for Teeson Island and one is for Nutsi. The reason why it was very easy to take those overlays and already submit it for approval here is that already there were development parameter references. For Hornley and Smutsville, and I would even say spaces like Renendal, it would be necessary for us to do in-depth studies, the same as what we've suggested in the SDF for what needs to be done for Sedgefield as a whole. We would need to look at Hornley and come up with specific development parameters, which we would then need to test with the community and take on much more in-depth public participation processes than we were able to do and that were within our resources to be able to do at this stage around. It is a project, Councillor Wasserman is quite correct, that we have been wanting to embark on for a long time. There have been hindrances in terms of resources to be able to tackle that, and at this point in time, there were other processes like the holistic SDF and zoning scheme amalgamation that needed to be done first. But this is certainly a project that we would want to embark on as soon as possible, so that we can within, and the overlay zone, councillors, doesn't have to wait for an entire year before a new overlay is introduced. The bylaw makes provision that an overlay can be approved as soon as it's ready. So we could, within our human resource means, have an accelerated development of this overlay for Hornley in particular, and then it would be convenient to do it so that it is easily translatable to other areas that are similar to Hornley, so that an overlay can be adopted. It doesn't have to wait for a year so that we can do that. Then, yeah, I think that covers the questions. I've combined the answers to Councillor Davis and Councillor Strubel in the responses on how Councillor Wasserman has raised it. I'm not sure whether, oh, sorry, I've missed one point that Councillor Wasserman had raised around the Teeson Island and some of the comments that came in, that some of the existing development rights that had been applied for on individual urban were not included. We did say in our comment that we would amend the zoning register accordingly, and in all of those cases, the zoning register had been amended based on the evidence that was presented to us in the comments.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Wasserman, is your hand still up?
It's a new hand, Speaker. If I can just respond. So just on the issue of the approval for Teeson Island, the director said that it is evident that it had been approved. I think I'm going to disagree with her quite strongly here. It is evident that it hasn't been approved. The approval letter on which everyone is relying is mistakenly refers to approval taking place in a council meeting of February 2003. The item did serve at that meeting, but the item was postponed. So I really do think that one cannot assume that the decision is simply lost. I think one can assume that it was never made. With regards to the Teeson Island, she said that it was done as a holistic development. I don't agree. There were actually very distinct phases, and the commercial zone was a distinct phase. But I think that what we can agree on is the fact that we need to engage as councillors more in depth with this item. We certainly have some questions that I would still like to have time to interrogate. So the director did say that if we can consider this, that we can consider this again in a week's time. So Speaker, I would very much like to have this item postponed for a week, that we consider it again, that we have time just to clarify the answers that the director has given to our questions, if that would be possible.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Anyone else on this item? Councillor Van Asbegen?
Speaker, thank you very much. And I thank Councillor Wasserman and Councillor Davis to be so active towards what they want to see in Only. I thank them for that. Speaker, just for my own clarity, because this was one of the debates and discussions earlier. And I think it was Councillor Davis that now make a reference to it about the densification program in, for example, my ward and Ward 11. And I could quite clearly remember that this issue about overlay did not really feature as a stumbling block in order to do that. There was another debate which I also want to refer to. That was the issue about a formal area and an informal area, and whether, for example, declare only as, or a certain section of only as an informal area, whether that would probably speed up addressing the issue of housing, for example, the backyard dwellers. But that debate, Speaker, to my knowledge, was an ongoing debate, and up to now still it had not been resolved. So probably Councillor Davis and Councillor Wasserman, thank you very much that you bring that up again, because quite clearly there should be, as the director saying, much serious discussion and community consultation on that issue, because changing from a formal to an informal structure will have its own problems and ramifications. So you're quite correct. But thanks very much for your concern about my ward.
There's a proposal that this item must serve on another meeting. Councillors, can I have your input? Councillors, there was a proposal that
I second that proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you. So do we agree that the item will serve on the next meeting?
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes,
Yes,
agreed,
Speaker.
Speaker. Please. Councillor Van Asbegen agree.
Thank you. We're now on 6.7, the adjustment budget for 2019-2020 on page 144. And the recommendation is on 144.
Okay.
A, B, C, and D. It's Roman figure 1, 2, 3, and 4. Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, Speaker. On which page are the recommendations?
Starting from 144 to 145.
Okay, adjustment budget. Okay, Speaker, I think if we can just let the CFO take us through on the adjustment budget, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Krauts. CFO. CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm unmuted. Thank you, Speaker. As I said, this adjustment budget is a result of the exemption by the Minister of Finance that we do one last adjustment before the 15th of June. So in essence, I'll just take you through so that the figures also speak to what I'm saying than to explain only the too small amount. We've received 417,000 as well as 550, which have been utilized for COVID-related and others, sanitizers, PPE, and all of that. That's the main reason for this adjustment budget, to add those money. Now, in the Gazette of Provincial Government, the 550 is actually showing allocation for next financial year, but it was specific in writing that they actually say that we must spend it this year. We must spend it between May up until August. It was meant to actually relieve on the issue of COVID-19. So we brought it out in the draft budget, and then we brought it here in this adjustment budget to align it in terms of that communication by provincial and national treasury. But I just want to highlight that, so that's in the crux of this adjustment budget is that. But I just want to highlight on 1.4.1. Speaker, you will recall last year we did a rollover application for MIG amount that was actually unspent, of which that rollover was rejected, and National Treasury insisted it was MIG as well as NDGP. National Treasury insisted that no, we must pay that money back. I then told National Treasury, we're not going to pay this money back because the MIG money is actually linked to the Charlesford project. So I said, you're going to build a Charlesford project that might become a white elephant, and certain elements, and my argument to them, I use that you might have other elements of sanitation and storage, but you don't have the electrical component. So it means then the Charlesford project wing, it will mean nothing. So they insisted to say, no, look, we understand, we hear what you're saying, but you should have thought about it and spend the money a little bit early. If you're not paying the money by end of November, we will deduct it by end of October, we'll deduct it in the equitable share. So I then interacted with them. I said, listen, if you deduct this money, you must understand the impact that we are causing to Knysna municipality as well as the community of Knysna for this project. So I will leave it to you because we are trying to get intergovernmental relations, but your attitude towards us is just pay the money back. So I would leave it to you to deduct it instead of me paying it back to you, because I've given the reason why it will be difficult to pay the money back. So they have not taken it back in the equitable share in November. And then I waited for March again that they will take it out. So, but I had to be safe. In the February adjustment budget, I've reduced this in the adjustment budget so that at some point we have to pay it back. We pay it back, and it's not in the budget. But then when I realized that in March, actually, when we got the last tranche of the equitable share, they did not actually take it themselves. I then contacted them again. They argued that I have put them in a difficult position, because if they take it themselves, so we would want to take a route and argue with them that the project is affected. So I said also, you are putting me in a difficult situation to say I must pay it back to you, because I have explained the reasons, and I don't think you have considered our reasons sufficient. You should approve the rollover. So as such, that 8 million was never taken back, but was already paid to our account. So I'm bringing it back now so that we align, because we're actually expanding on that project. So that's one. Then the INEP conversation. So the 4 million of INEP was paid by mistake. It was actually meant for Bito municipality. So we then engaged with INEP to say, look, you've paid the money. I think it was just about end of March before the COVID hit. And then we said, look, you paid the money. They said, okay, no, it's for Bito, it's not for you. But we'll talk after the Pravir can come in. We'll talk after the lockdown. So we then tried to engage them after the lockdown now. And then I said to Pravir, 4 million already paid to us. We must put an argument to INEP to say, listen, we've already communicated with the councillors and the public that we've got 4 million from INEP that we're going to use. So then my argument was that we then tell INEP, look, we've communicated this in public. It was an error from your side, we realized, but don't take the 4 million now, you can leave it. Because in any case, if you take it from us now in May and you give it to Bito, Bito cannot be able to spend the money because they are left with only 4 months. They must still do a tender process. We are already spending the money. So that is my argument. Then we then said in this adjustment budget, then swapping the own funding on the electrification of informal settlement and use this INEP money. Jack has contacted them. Last week, I have not seen a final response from them in terms of this process, but they indicated from their side, that look, it might be difficult for them to take the money. So I'm bringing in that 4 million because it's in our bank account, but it's not in the budget, So if they agree with the Pravir, I'm not sure you could change forms or something forms like that. Pravir can elaborate. With the form change, then we'd actually save our own funding, which we have spent, and this money then is utilized for the electrification of informal settlement. Which that's the crime that I wanted to explain so that everyone is aware about that. I must say it's a calculated risk. It's risky, but I think from my side it's a calculated risk. Pravir can come in. I know he's very risk averse. He wanted us to wait for INEP. I said, this is the only opportunity in terms of the adjustment budget. It's a calculated risk so that they can come back to us. In fact, once this is approved, I would send it to them to say, look, we have approved this thing already. Now you have not come back to us. So in terms of intergovernmental relations, probably very difficult for them to take the money back to us. And then there was a slight adjustment that we did on water. Not sure how Treasury is going to view that because it's not a normal your service charges or your rates during the year. I'm cutting out. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
can hear you.
Yeah,
Yes.
so then water is slightly adjusted because of slight performance related to the water meters that have been fully implemented now. So in essence, that is what this adjustment budget about. And then I know there's a 1.5 million for pumps for the Sedgefield sewer plant. Pravir can explain that we had to add for the pumps to work properly, maintenance of that in the current financial year, because it was going to have some impact, but I think Pravir can give that impact. So in essence, that is what this adjustment budget is about. The last day is 15 Monday for all municipalities nationally to have passed this adjustment budget. Now, procedurally, this adjustment budget, if you look at the draft budget, it's got a column that says previous adjustment. It's supposed to have this, but we are exempted because it is so we didn't deviate at all from the process to take those two amounts. The last one is the one that I've explained about the human. Okay, sorry. The last one is the one that I've already explained, human settlement grant. In terms of the spending, that one. Thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure if you've missed some things but councillors can let me know if they've missed it. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. Councillor Kraut. Councillor Kraut, I see your hand is up.
Sorry, Speaker, that is an old hand, Speaker. That is an old hand.
Thank you. Can we go to the recommendation of the adjustment budget?
Speaker, Councilman Aswegen.
Councilman Aswegen.
Speaker, thanks again. Just on clarity on two issues. The one is the 4 million rand of INEP. I tried to understand, and I probably did understand the argument of the CF in that regard. And the other one is this 8 million rand of MIC funding that roll over. That is argument there, and he's mentioning about it's a risk and those type of things. I just need to be quite clear that 8 million rand that we did not spend, that he made more than once provision for the fact that we might have to pay back that money. In understanding now correctly is that calculated risk that he took then now is paying off, because it seems to me that we're not going to lose that money, and therefore he wants to make an adjustment budget. I want to understand him in that fashion. That probably is the same way that I will ask the question of the INEP 4 million rand. Speaker, talking about this INEP money, man.
Okay,
listen, I'm a bit concerned. Sorry, did you hear me?
Yes, Councilman Aswegen.
Speaking CFO about this INEP money, man, and I know that the intent is now to electrify informal settlements, which I'm full force for. The only housing project, there's not made provision for electricity in that contract. And I was trying to understand, and hopefully the Director Housing or Human Settlements will assist us. Where will we get that money? Because it was supposed to be, to my knowledge, part of this budget. So I just want to get clarity. But I'm happy, Chair, also the fact that he managed through maneuvering, and he called it intergovernment interaction. He managed for us to move that money also in our favor. But if you can please also assist me where we will probably be able to get the money for the housing project in Oni. Thank you.
Thank you. CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me start quickly with the first one. The INEP one is a much easier one. As I said, this month for Pito, what was paid to us already in March, end of March, and then we were actually surprised. Not in our budget, but it's in our bank account as cash. So that's what happened. And then when we actually realized, Jack contacted INEP and they said, no, it's a mistake. It was supposed to be a bit of money. But it's locked down now. We'll talk after lockdown. Praveen can come in later on here. Then up until now, INEP has not given an indication that pay the money back. What I then suggested is that it's highly unlikely now at this stage that INEP will take this money and give it to Pito. That's what I'm talking about. Because if they give it to Pito now, Pito won't be able to go out on a tender and spend that money. They have to apply for the rollover themselves, So on those bases, then I said, we've already spent our money, I think 3 million for electrification of informal settlement. Let's do a journal between our own money of electrification of informal settlement against this INEP so that we can show to INEP to say, we are ready, we've already spent the money, so we're asking you not to take the 4 million back anymore. In that way, we will save our 3 million, which we have used this year for electrification of informal settlement. Councillor Van Asbach. And so then it means the 3 million that we budgeted, we had for this current financial year on our own funding, then it's a saving. We actually not spend it, But I have to bring this money in this adjustment budget so that I can make more argument to INEP to say, sure, you look, we have it in our budget, because they were going to argue with me to say, no, you can't say you spend this money because it's not even in your budget. So hence I bring it in this adjustment budget to tell them, look, this is already in our budget adjustment budget, and we've already expensed with our internal own funding. That's what I'm saying. It's a calculated risk. It's highly unlikely that they will have to take the money. At this time, we're left with 3 weeks now to end of June. So that's the INEP one. Now, with regard to the electrification of the houses in Honley, I would allow the Director Technical and the Director Human Settlement to come in on that. But bear in mind, I'm saying that on our own funding, we would then save 3 million because we have used INEP for the electrification of informal settlement, which we've already electrified during the year. Now, the MIG one, I played hard with the National Treasury. I said, I'm not paying the money to you because the implications of paying this money is that I don't have own funding as Nisa municipality to actually cover this project. We didn't budget for that. And now we have to go and tell our council that we have lost this money, and the reasons that we are trying to give you, which we believe are justifiable, you consider them not to be justifiable. But you know, Treasury, they are very strict about underspending on grants and grant funding. And they ask you a lot of questions. Why didn't you start earlier? Well, budget is get approved in May. Why didn't you start? But I'm not going to get to that because we've been in this situation of underspending. Then I said to them, it's fine if you really insist that our reasons are not justifiable. You can take it out yourself in the equitable share. I will then go in the next public meeting because we're going to have public participation meeting. Then I will go and tell the public that it's National Treasury that decided to take it from our equitable share. This is how it's impacted. So that at least as Nisa municipality we are protected or somehow we are covered in terms of the public being angry about this money, you know. So it was really about playing hardball in terms of intergovernmental relations. And then they got scared of actually taking the money from our equitable share, and they eventually did not take it. But the money was already then in our bank account. So now I have to actually show them, and this is, we are lucky with this adjustment budget, because I have to show them that now in August we put it in the rollovers. You didn't approve the rollover. We took it out in February, and that is what they were going to argue, to say, no, you must pay the money because you already took it out in your adjustment budget. So I'm saying to them, you have paid everything to us. You didn't deduct it yourself in the equitable share. So I'm bringing it in the adjustment budget now because we've already expensed in that project in terms of our own funding to cover that. So this will assist us not to pay that money back in terms of unspent grant that needs to be paid back. So that is the situation. With regard to the houses in Only, I know we had this discussion, Councillor Finance, I don't want to, I can't remember properly, but I think the two directors can assist me in terms of where we stand with that situation, in terms of that process.
Thank you, CFO. Can the director of housing or the director of, please just make it quick so we can move on this item.
Speaker.
Oh,
Councillor what for Funkondi Ndaba Sefo.
Councillor Ngezu.
CFO kuko okay speaker. Ndinento ndifuna uqonda man kukho le project lapha elokishini fire victims project. Kukho izindlu ezatshayo pha in a box. Ithini izinto ezazindlu zi-24 ngoku zirebuildiweyo? Ithini into yombane nazo?
In the fire victims project at White Location, Speaker, there's houses that burn there with electric boxes. Now, in the rebuilt 24 houses, what is going to be the condition of the electricity, therefore?
Thank you, Councillor Ngezu. Director, Human Settlement or Technical? CFO, your hand is still up?
Technical, oh, sorry. Speaker.
Councillor Van
Who's going to talk? I want to answer.
No, Speaker, let him finish. Let him finish, Speaker.
Yes, Director, you can.
Councillor, I'm happy to confirm that, you know, the only application, I mean, the only situation is covered from 1st of July onwards. It's in the business plan.
Speaker,
the electrification of only is in the business plan, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Van Aswegen.
Speaker, no, thank you very much, Director. So that is probably in the new financial year. But just the following. CFO, I think councils need to understand this is exactly what an adjustment budget is about. Surplus money or money that we did not receive. And then we do an adjustment budget. On a lighter note, sir, you've played very hardball with NT. Do me a favor, play hardball with DBSA also. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Aswegen. CFO, your hand is still up. The issue of Ward 4, Director of Housing.
So the issue of
Ward 4. Oh, sorry.
Okay, you can start, Joel. Start.
No, you can talk. You can.
No, the issue of Ward 4 is houses that, if I understand correctly, it's houses that actually had electrical box meters. And then they got banned. Now they are being rebuilt. So this situation, there's no council resolution that says that, because now it's a connection of a box, a new meter box. There's no council resolution that says, we should, they should not pay for that connection. So the tariffs, when they go there at income and at electrical, then they are asked to pay for the meter box. So this matter, if we remember last time, I said council should allow us to address it on case by case, and then we report. It's the same as the item that Director Boyce bring to council for waiving of building plan fees for houses that got banned during the fire, and now people are rebuilding on the same business plan. So we just need to get the information. The council has sent me a list written in a paper. I cannot confirm that list. That is actually people that had houses and had boxes, because it does not the meter box that was there before. So we're trying to verify that so that we are sure we're not connecting people with a new meter box who actually did not have a meter box or a shack that did not have a meter box, So that process, although there's no, what do you call it, a formal resolution that delegate that we should look at that, we are considering those matters, and then we'll bring them to council case by case. Otherwise council can make a blanket decision to say we must not charge those people.
Thank you, CFO. Director, do you want to say something before we close this matter?
Yeah, I just wanted to assure you, Speaker, through you again, in addition to what my colleague, the CFO, has indicated, White Location is a provincial project, and all related costs, will be paid for will covered by province. There's an administration fee for a re-engagement or reconnection of the electricity that they will have to actually pay in terms of actually a 300,000 indication as advised by Jack Lawrence. So that the cost for the installation will be actually sourced from province, because it is a provincial project.
So are you saying those 24 houses that we're talking about?
Exactly, within the context of that 24 houses.
Okay, thank you then, Director. I think we've done on this, all the questions have been answered. Can we go to the recommendation on page 144 to 145 on the adjustment budget? Can we go with the recommendation, councillors?
Yes, Speaker. We can go with the recommendation, Speaker.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we now go to recommendation 6.8?
Hi, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Director.
Madam Speaker, I've been advised that there is something, still like an activity that I need to perform before I bring this report to council. So I'm humbly requesting that I withdraw this item, and I'll bring it to the next meeting. My apologies, Speaker, for the error.
Thank you, Director. Technical, we will do that. The item has been withdrawn from this agenda for today, and it will serve in the next council meeting. Thank you, councillors. We're now on 6.9. On page 259, and then that is the report on the appointment of an acting municipal manager. And then we've got the recommendation there. Can I have anyone? Councillor Kraut?
Speaker, the ANC is asking for a caucus. Please, can we have a 10-minute caucus, please?
Granted, Councillor Kraut. Thank you. There will be a 10-minute caucus, councillors, and it's now. We will be back at 20 past.
Speaker?
Yes. Councillor Waiterman?
As you know, I'm sitting in Sedgefield and we haven't had a break yet. And I was just wondering that you've given me a chance to get to Knysna. So if we do go over to the voting or to the motions, that I get there. So
Okay.
please, if you could give me enough time. We haven't had a break today. So when we do have that break, maybe I can travel, get my husband to drive me through.
We will have a break after the in committee items, Councillor Weideman, and then we will break.
Okay, fine. As long as you will give me enough time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Weideman.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Professor Gans.
Just remember to put off your mic, eh? We can hear you.
Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Hi, Omkar.
Oom Karl, kyk, check jy net die mic of wat?
Speaker. Is the speaker also in the caucus now?
I'm here, councillors. I'm here.
You?
Thank you.
Speaker, just wanted to check the time because it's
Yes, I'm
getting
here,
to about.
Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Jokol, I'm here.
I number one.
Yeah.
Councillors, we are back. I'm waiting for Councillor Kraut, who asked for the caucus. Councillor Kraut.
Councillor Kraus is still busy connecting. Can you carry on, speaker? Then Councillor Kraus is gonna come.
Councillor Kraut.
I'm back. Sorry, speaker. I'm back.
Thank you, Councillor Kraut. You have asked for the caucus.
Speaker, on the, let me just get to this page, speaker. I'll be with you in a second.
Page 259.
Speaker, so from our side, speaker, we recommend that Louis Skeepers be appointed as the acting manager for a period that does not exceed 3 months, commencing on the 12th of June 2020.
Louis who?
Louis Skeepers. Dr. Louis Skeepers. Nog een dokter. Dr. Louis Skeepers.
Councillor Kraus, have you got any profile of that councillors can have about this name? If Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand.
Thank you, Speaker Noma. I have the same question. We also don't know who Dr. Skeepers is, so if the ANC can just tell us what the criteria are that he's supposed to meet and how he meets it, that would be very helpful for us to be able to consider it.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Speaker, what I can say is that, you know, one thing about the ANC is that at least they are open. You know, I didn't see us asking questions last time when an acting MM, Dr. Gras, was introduced to this council. But anyway, I will answer that question, Councillor Wasserman. Louis Skeepers is an experienced public sector manager and development facilitator. He has 26 years experience in working in and with metropolitan district and local municipalities. The last 17 years spent in an executive management. Louis has been a municipal manager of Saldanha Bay Municipality 2001 to 6 and 2012 to 16 and executive director, area-based service delivery of the City of Cape Town 2017 to 2018. Louis' PhD thesis is titled An Institutional Capacity Model of Municipalities in South Africa. In the thesis, he examines the concept of capacity and presents a model to ensure viable and sustainable municipalities. Now, his qualifications, I can carry on about that one, but let me just carry on. His qualification, he's got a PhD, Public and Development Management. I already mentioned his thesis, MPA, University of Western Cape, mini thesis, The Professionalism of Local Public Administration Management. And he's got a National Diploma in Public Management. Anything else I must answer, Speaker, Councillor Wasserman? Maybe his family, his background, where he stays, where he come from?
Thank you, Councillor Krauss. Councillor Wasserman, are you covered?
I just wanted to find out, Councillor Krauss said he had 26 years experience in metros. What is his experience in local government?
I thought you said he was MM at a municipality.
He was the MM at Saldanha Bay municipality.
Thank you, Councillor Krauss.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, and Sir Speaker, and then we just want to also add maybe a B that hoef my Engels nou af op die tyd van die dag. But anyway, that what our last case be expedited, that it actually be moving expedited within the next 2 months. If we can just add it as a B there.
Thank you, Councillor Krauss. Has the administration got that recommendation B, Carl?
Got it, Speaker. Yes. Vitala case be expedited.
Thank you. And there's a time frame, was that, Carl?
2 months. 2 months.
Thank you. Councillor Wasserman, I see your hand.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to first ask a question, if the acting MM can help, whether we can actually put a time limit to a disciplinary process, and also whether we or anyone can do something about expediting it, just in terms of the framework of legislation that the process falls under. And then once the acting MM has answered, if we could just, as the DA, have a caucus to consider the proposal that has come from the ANC.
Okay, thank you. Acting MM.
Thank you, Speaker. No, it is not within our power to expedite the process. We certainly can request that, and that has been happening. However, it does depend on the availability of Dr. Vitala and his legal representative, our legal representative, and the chairperson. With lockdown, there has also been delays in terms of consultations. So it is not in our power to confirm that it will be completed within 2 months. That's entirely dependent on the parties involved. Thanks.
Thank you, Acting MM. Councillor Wasserman, I still see your hand up.
Sorry, Speaker. But just to request, please, then can we have a caucus for, I know we've just come back from a caucus, but we do need to consider this proposal from the ANC. So if you could just give us 15 minutes.
Okay. MM, can I ask a question? Can we actually then ask them to give us a report about the where there was a case in the next 2 months?
Okay. Would you want services to provide a report in 2 months as to the status of the case? Is that the request?
Yes, if we can't do what we propose here, and then we actually had the update of the case then where it is.
Yes, sure. I'm sure that's no problem.
Next ordinary council meeting.
Okay, I'm sure that's no problem. Thanks.
Is that Councillor Krauss, because you have made that recommendation?
No, it's fine. It's fine, Speaker.
Thank you. So we have an update in the next ordinary council meeting then. Councillor Wasserman, you are granted your 15 minutes caucus.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you.
time are they coming? What time are they coming back, Speaker?
I think Councillor Vasemane must reign now, must reign. Yo, Councillor van Sarsfield, very man.
We're back, Speaker.
Speaker, we're back, I think, if you're ready.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman.
Yes, Speaker, thank you for giving us the opportunity to consider the ANC's proposal. As I said previously, we don't know Mr. Skeepers. So actually we can't vote in favor of him, but we can't also vote against him. So the DA is going to abstain on this item and leave it up to the ANC to live with, you know, the person that they say is going to be able to lead this municipality in the next 3 months. We're also happy with the B of it, that legal services provide a report on the progress of Dr. Vitala's case within the next 2 months or in 2 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wasserman. Councillor van Aswegen. Councillor van Aswegen.
Sorry, dit moet seker baie ouend gewees het.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So, councillors, we are on page 259. We agree with the recommendation of the acting municipal manager, Dr. Skeepers, and in A and in B.
Speaker, we're not all agreeing. The DA councillors are abstaining.
Yeah.
Yes, and then, but it means that the majority is now going with the item.
I think, Speaker, technically you're going to have to go to a vote. Sorry to just interrupt there, but I think we'll have to vote.
Okay. So is it again the recommendation of appointing the acting municipal manager, Dr. Louis Skeepers?
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker, now, just for my own clarity, there's only one proposal. Why do you need to vote on it? There's one proposal.
Because
if there was a second proposal, then I would understand that you're going to vote. But in this case, you've got one proposal coming from the ANC. The DA is abstaining.
They can record their vote against
the nomination. Ek het nie alle kennis in pak nie.
Councillor Luzuko. acting municipal manager.
No, I agree. I haven't abstained. I'm for the motion.
Now you agree. You agree. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ace.
Fine.
So, okay, we've got then 1,
Deputy
2,
Speaker,
3,
then it's
4, 5,
11.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people that for the appointment of the acting municipal manager. Thank you, Councillor Zuko. Your hand is up.
No, Speaker, I wanted to say, that's why I was saying in the first, you need to record
No,
so
we've
that you
done
don't
that,
get
Councillor
confusion.
Zuko. We've done that. Thank you.
No.
We adjourn this meeting. We're going to go on the link for the in-committee items now.
Speaker, can I come in, please?
Yes, Director.
In terms of your order of business, you've got motions.
I know.
Are you going to deal with the in-committee before you go to the motions? Because it's important.
Yes, Director. Yes.
I'm not sure, Speaker, you are saying yes to come.
Yes, I'm saying that we are going to go in committee now, and then we're going to go into the open agenda again with the voting. That is how I'm going to do the meeting.
So, in essence, Speaker, we should all mute and go out of the then come back for the motions.
Yes.
Speaker.
Councillor Kunana?
That's Kosana, Speaker.
Oh, Councillor Kosana?
Speaker, when are we returning for the in-committee? And 2, and then
you're breaking up, I can't hear you.
I'm saying, Speaker, that when are we getting back for the in-committee? That's 1. 2, I'll suggest that those councillors who are out of, you must make provision for them to travel in. Can't they use this space to come in to NISA? So when we deal with the voting, they are here, like the elderly, in what this place.
We can come, all come back at 5:30.
Okay, thank you. Tell them to be here nice now. We want to show them today.
Councillor Kusana, you are out of order.
Speaker,
Yes,
Councillor Volmer, just to be clear, you have just said now that we are going, before the question from Councillor Kosana, that we are going into in-committee now, and then after that we're going to do the motions. But now you're saying we're going to break and come back at 5:30. So can you just be clear on what we actually are going to do?
I think we're going to go out of this meeting, get the link for the in-committee items that I won't think it will take more than 30 minutes. Then we can resume with the open item of the motions.
Speaker.
Councillor Wasserman.
That's Kathy.
Speaker, we all have the link for the in-committee item, so it shouldn't take us longer than 3 minutes to connect back into the in-committee link. So
we can going to resume 5:30.
Speaker.
For the open agenda.
Speaker.
Speaker. Yes.
Speaker, man, I also like to agree, man. Let's take 3 minutes, then we go to in-committee, then until 5:30, then maybe 5:30, then we can start with go to open agenda. Please, in-committee, I think it's in-committee is 3 minutes.
I think we need 30 minutes for a break for everyone to be able to get near the venue, because I know people are not near the venue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Weideman? Councillor Weideman?
Can you hear me?
Go out of this meeting and come back on another link for the in-committee. Can we adjourn this meeting now?
I agree with that. But then after the in-committee, I will pack up and I will come through to Neisner. So we need time for everybody to get back to Neisner after the in-committee.
Yes, that is why I said that it will take 30 minutes, half an hour.
To travel after the in-committee.
Yes.
Okay, well, you'll have to wait for me. It could be maybe 35 minutes or so, but
It's
I will
fine.
leave
It's
it
fine,
immediately.
Councillor Weideman is fine.
Okay,
Thank
Speaker.
you.
thank you.
Councillor Matika, can I
You
close this
said,
meeting?
so Speaker, you say that we're gonna break now until 5:30, and then
No, Councillor Matika. I didn't
we're
say
going
so.
to
I said we are going to go out of this meeting, adjourn this meeting. Then we're going to go on to the link for the in-committee meeting.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Oh, Councillor Wildeman can drive.
Sorry, may I just then confirm for the sake of the public and anyone else who wants to listen in on the open committee, would you say that the open agenda is going to resume again at about 6 o'clock? Is that more or less a fair time for you, Speaker?
I think that's too much, Let's say at least maybe at 20 to 6 then. It can't take Councillor Weideman more than 40 minutes to come from Sedgefield.
But Speaker, there's some confidential items, in committee items that also need to be discussed now. So we need to have that confidential agenda and then time to travel. So I think you can just give a time when the open agenda is going to resume, please.
Speaker.
Councillor Aswegen.
Speaker, no, the acting member is quite correct. We might take an half an hour with the in-committee item. Then Councillor Weideman still need to travel from Sedgefield. That will take another half an hour. So we're talking about at least an hour for us then to go out again of the in-committee into a normal council meeting. So the request of the acting member is not far-fetched. It probably would be past 6, then saying 6 o'clock to start with the opening meeting again.
Yes, thank you. Then let's make it 6 o'clock to start with the open agenda. And I think next time, Council, we need to make arrangements for these meetings. It's going to be very difficult. But for now, let's then adjourn this meeting and go into the in-committee link. Thank you. Councillor Matika, why is your hand up?
It's an all hand.
Director Corporate.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to reiterate and for record purposes that without having taken a decision on the appointment of the acting MM, the council is now adjourning for an in-committee meeting, and therefore we shall reconvene after that in-committee meeting. Can I then confirm that is the case?
No, Director. We already appointed a acting municipal manager. We recommended it. We've done that one. 11 people voted for, agreed on the recommendation, and 8 people abstained.
Okay, Speaker, if that is the case, so we are past that item now.
Yes.
You will now go into in-committee. We will now be excused as the administration. Is that so?
Yes, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adjourn, Speaker.
Madam Speaker, just for clarity, all councillors need to leave this meeting and come back.
It's councillors, officials do not come back, Graham, because it will be in committee.
Yes, so Director, I'm saying all councillors must leave this meeting and go into the in-committee link, and they'll have to come back to this link for later.
Yes, you are correct.